talk a big picture. Yeah.
5. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Orange County School Board's work session, which has been scheduled for today, Tuesday, December 16th, for the purpose of discussing program evaluation update, school improvement plan review and progress for Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy, school improvement plan review and progress for UCP Downtown Charter School, and the impacts of declining enrollment and space optimization strategy. The public will not have an opportunity to speak at today's work session to provide public comment because it's not a regularly scheduled school board meeting. No action will be taken, and there'll be no open public comment period. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. All board members are present. As a reminder, the board members will not be engaging in outside electronics, digital communication during the meeting, so we can focus our attention on the matters before us. To my fellow board members and district staff, when speaking, please speak directly into your microphone. Of course, make sure it's turned on so that our YouTube and Orange TV viewers can hear you clearly. Again, thank you so much for participating. Before we will begin, we'll start with a moment of silence. But before that, I'd like to recognize the tragic shooting that occurred yesterday, December 15th, at Brown University. Our thoughts are with the Brown community during this difficult time. This is becoming an all too frequent occurrence. We pray for the family members. We pray for everyone involved in that school. We pray for the safety of our own students. And I want to acknowledge and thank everyone who works here in Orange County Public Schools in safety. It's so important. And the fact that we can show up, do our work, our kids can show up and learn is the result of the comfort that we have, knowing that we have a top-notch team doing everything they can to keep our schools safe. Having said that, we still always need to be vigilant, and as we always say, if you see something, say something. If you hear something, rumor, whatever, report it. It's extremely important, and I will tell you, our team follows up on every single report. With that, if you will join me in a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. And now for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. At this point, I will turn the meeting over to Dr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This afternoon, we will begin with a presentation related to our program evaluation. Each year, our district performs evaluations of various programs throughout the district to measure impact and help inform decisions related to future purchases. This afternoon, we will be presenting information on IXL Math, Read to Succeed, and Success Maker. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Border.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, members of the board. Good afternoon.
Make sure your microphone is turned on. You speak directly into it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, Superintendent Vasquez. Thanks for the opportunity to share information about the district's process for managing program evaluations and highlights. Joined by several incredible members of our Research, Measurement, and Strategy Office today, including Senior Executive Director Dr. Sasser, Senior Director Ben Allen, and our Director of Research, Dr. Xiaojiang Sun. So at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Dr. Border, and good afternoon. Today, I'll provide an overview of the presentation as well as the purpose and process behind the district's program evaluation efforts. Our last school board program evaluation presentation was in May 2025. We will talk through the three main points today before opening conversation for discussion. First, we will review the purpose and process of program evaluation. Then we will highlight outcomes from recent evaluations and discuss the ongoing queue of work. Finally, we will have some space for conversation and discussion. To briefly recap from previous presentations, program evaluation is a formal process of reviewing programs within the district with several purposes in mind: making data-informed decisions, fostering improvement, and allocating resources. OCPS uses two general processes for conducting program evaluations. Internal evaluations are conducted by members of the OCPS research department. External evaluations are conducted by contracted vendors. A member of our research department serves as the primary point of contact for framing the external evaluation, reviewing documents, and communicating with the vendor. Our program evaluations generally look at process and implementation and/or outcomes. Both types of evaluations are often used for the same program. Many recent evaluations in our department have followed a phased approach, beginning with an implementation evaluation, which is later followed by an outcome evaluation. Today, as Dr. Vasquez mentioned, we will present information about program evaluation findings for the following programs: IXL Math, Read to Succeed, and Success Maker. I'll now turn the presentation to Dr. Xiaogang Sun, our Director of Research, to discuss findings from these programs' evaluations. And these were conducted both by our research department or in collaboration with external evaluators. Dr. Sun?
Thank you. Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, board members and Dr. Vasquez. First, we're going to discuss the evaluation for the IXL Math. The IXL Math program is an online learning platform offering over 3,500 adaptive standards-based mathematics skills. OCPS began district-wide implementation in 2021 to support Algebra 1 instruction, expanded to geometry in 22-23. In the 24-25 school year, its use expanded to include core mathematics instruction for grades 6 to 12, as well as targeted reading interventions for high school students. This evaluation focused on the mathematics component of the program. The evaluation addressed the program's impact on student mathematics achievement on state assessments. It also examines how student outcomes are associated with teachers' self-reported experience, frequency of use, and specific implementation practices of the program. Major findings of this evaluation. Findings number 1, IXL Math has a small but consistent and statistically significant impact on student mathematics outcome after controlling for prior score and demographic factors. Students in the IXL Math intervention group demonstrated modest but statistically significant gains in grade 6 math, grade 7 math, grade 8 pre-algebra, Algebra 1 honors, and geometry courses compared to the control group. However, no significant difference was found for students in the following courses: Algebra 1 and geometry honors. Findings number 2. Teachers' reported experience with IXL Math is associated with differences in student outcomes. Students whose teachers reported using IXL Math for 1 to 5 years or more consistently achieved higher scores on the FAST PM3, Algebra 1, and the geometry assessments compared to students whose teachers had used IXL Math for less than 1 year. Findings number 3. Teachers' reported frequency of use of IXL Math is associated with student outcomes. The relationship between frequency of use and student outcomes varied by course. For FAST PM3 students, using IXL Math 2 or 3 times a week was associated with the highest score. However, for Algebra 1 and Geometry EOC students, using the program once a week was associated with better outcomes than 2 or 3 times a week. Findings number 4. Teachers reported frequency of use of IXL features is associated with differences in student outcomes. The most widely used feature, skill practices, was positively associated with higher scores for FAST PM3 and geometry students. Conversely, frequent use of features like the real-time diagnostic, group jam, and the nighttime jam was associated with lower student scores across multiple assessments after controlling for prior scores. The recommendations for this evaluation, the findings suggested that IXL Math can be an effective supplemental tool, but its impact is highly dependent on how it's implemented. The positive outcomes associated with teacher experience on specific strategies. For example, using IXL Math for homework and for intervention purposes may highlight the need for targeted professional training. Based on these findings, it is recommended that district, recommendation number 1, work with the vendor to further refine the IXL Math skills to align as much as possible with the state standards. Recommendation number 2, promote best practices for IXL implementation, emphasizing strategies that yielded positive results, such as using IXL Math for intervention and for homework. Recommendation number 3, provide targeted professional training, focus on effective use of KIXL features, and examine links between IXL internal metrics and the state scores to improve alignment. Next, we are going to discuss the evaluation findings for the Read to Succeed program. Read to Succeed is a supplemental program that pairs students with trained tutors. Students at OCPS district schools enrolled in kindergarten through 3rd grade are eligible to participate, and they are nominated by their teachers. This evaluation involved a mixed method design for the qualitative design, the research department, and 25 school year. The quantitative design compared participating students being instructed by tutors using 3 different curricula with non-participating students. Major findings of this evaluation. Findings number 1, tutors rated the training materials and support from the Read to Succeed team as extremely positive with agreement rates greater than 90%. Findings number 2, teachers, coaches, and other school personnel's perceptions of the program were also overwhelmingly positive. 95% felt the tutor had a positive impact on students' reading success. 96% felt the tutor had a positive impact on students' self-confidence. And 96% would recommend the program to other teachers. Findings number 2, there were positive and significant differences on 2 sub-skills of the DBOS assessment, letter naming fluency and the phonemic segmentation fluency, for students in the Read to Succeed program in kindergarten being instructed with the OCPS curriculum. Findings number 3, positive and significant results were found on the statewide Fast Start Reading Assessment for the 2nd grade Read to Succeed participants using the Fluency program. Students receiving tutoring with the Fluency curriculum scored 13 points higher than students in the comparison group. Findings number 4, there were no significant differences between Read to Succeed participants receiving OCPS instruction and the comparison students on the FAST PM3 in all grade levels, K to 3. The major recommendations for this program, recommendation number 1, a suggestion by all groups was to increase the time allocated for the program, such as starting earlier in the school year. The Read to Succeed program leaders may consider ways to allow volunteers to begin in September of each school year and allow paid tutors to begin in August. Recommendation number 2, the most common suggestion by teachers who responded to the survey expressed a desire to expand the program by serving more students. Intentional outreach efforts could also afford the opportunity to increase representation to more closely reflect the population of students served. Recommendation number 3, the overarching theme for how to improve the Read to Succeed program included communications, Further guidance on expectations could focus on the two-way communication methods between school staff and tutors. Recommendation number 4. The senior administrators for the Read to Succeed program keeps track of all registered students, whom their coaches are, and the number of minutes served. A common suggestion is to further refine the tracking system. Next, we're going to discuss the evaluation for the Success Maker program. The Success Maker program is a continuously adaptive learning system designed for students focusing on reading and mathematics. It personalizes learning paths in real time, adjusting to each student's specific learning needs. The program provides differentiation for students performing on grade level, intervenes at the just right time for students who are not yet at the grade level, and challenges high achievers and gifted students. This evaluation focuses on the Success Maker Math program. Success Maker Math is used in kindergarten through 5th grade mathematics classes for intervention purposes and to provide a personalized learning experience. The impact of the program on STAR Math, grades K to 2, and the FAST PM3 Mathematics, grades 3 to 5, for students who completed Success Maker Math fidelity was examined. The major findings for this evaluation. Findings number 1, approximately 30% of the K-5 students were using the program with fidelity, meeting the goal of 45 minutes usage per week. Findings number 2, students who used the program showed significant and positive effects on the program at all grade levels on the state assessments in grades K-5 compared to those who used it less. These results were significant even after controlling for demographic factors. Findings number 3, the score difference between the meeting usage and non-meeting usage group is greater in grades K to 2 than in grades 3 to 5. Findings number 4, for all race ethnicities, students who met usage criteria performed better than students not meeting usage criteria in grades K to 5. The major recommendations for this program, recommendation number 1, further streamlining the communication among the district, vendor, and school is essential to increase implementation fidelity and align program perceptions with its positive impact on student learning. Recommendation number 2, consult with the Multilingual Services Department regarding consistent use of the translation function within the program is recommended, since the score difference between the participating and non-participating group for Hispanic and ELL students was not as pronounced as the score difference in other groups. I'm going to turn the mic back to Ben.
Thank you, Dr. Sun. Our research department is actively working on many more program evaluations. Programs that we are currently evaluating include our Comprehensive Assessment System experts, or CAS experts, the Collaborative Classroom, or CIPS, IXL Math, which we've heard about, Pick, Read, Enroll, Read to Succeed, Reflex Math, Rosen Post-Secondary and Rosen Preschool, Saga Tutoring, Success Maker, Three-Dimensional Education, and Travel and Leisure Preschool and Post-Secondary. Our queue has projects at various phases, and some of these are annual evaluations. Some are evaluations that are included as part of various agreements, like memoranda of understandings, and some are based on district leader requests. At this time, I'll turn the conversation back to Dr. Vasquez for any comments and discussion.
Thank you so much to you and the team for all the work that goes into the program evaluation. As I mentioned, we take a look at the results of the program evaluation as well as usage, input that we receive from staff, teachers regarding programs or change in programs to be able to ensure that we are getting the best return on our investment. We know that usage is a key indicator, and we continue to find ways where we can maximize usage. We do know that a program is not a substitute for a teacher, and so we recognize that in some cases the instruction the instruction that they are receiving via the program is no match for that direct instruction from a teacher. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, Chair, for any comments or questions from the board.
All right. Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you as well for the presentation, but all the work behind the scenes. So let me go to Member Gallo, then Member Ferrand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. I'm looking at my page numbers, so hopefully they'll align with your page numbers. On page 6, for the IXL math, it says, however, in the first paragraph, the end of the first paragraph, it says, however, no significant difference was found for students in the following courses, Algebra 1 and Geometry Honors. So we're not seeing a huge increase in honors, but when you go down, it says, however, for Algebra 1 and Geometry, EOC students using the program once a week was associated with better outcomes than 2 or 3 times a week. So do we know why it's not working in honor classes, but is having a better result in regular ed classes?
So as far as a reason for the distinction between the two, the evaluation doesn't provide that information, but it does. A significant difference versus a statistically non-significant difference is a matter of probabilities. So we're talking about, to be statistically significant, it has to be beyond 95% likelihood that the differences we're seeing are caused by the program versus other things that may be happening. So that is where we see the differences between Algebra 1 honors and Algebra and Geometry honors and Geometry. It's just different kids in there that they may not have met that threshold for statistical significance, which is why the statement is there on that script.
If we have a student,
just a
and
minute.
thank you for that. If we have,
Can you pull the mic a little closer?
sure can.
Yeah, thank you. We can hear you up here because you're talking this direction. I'm not sure. Back to you,
thank you,
Member
Madam
Gallo.
Chair. So if it's really showing no significant movement in honors classes, are we going to discontinue IXL for our honor students?
So it was split between the algebra and the geometry honors, where we saw in the two different classes where it was for Algebra 1 honors, but not for Algebra 1, but yes, for geometry regular, but not for geometry honors. So a blanket statement of honors versus not honors, I don't think is what we would see in that evaluation. And it's also from 1 year of results. So that's also to keep that in mind. This is one group of students coming through. So that would be something to consider in the program implementation as the teams are looking at whether to continue, but it's not looking at multiple years, so that may be also something to consider.
Okay, and then you do have results that show that 2 to 3 times a week works better than once a week, except for Algebra 1. How long are they usually on IXL during the week? If they're on it 2 to 3 times, do we know how many minutes during the day they're using IXL math?
Do we have the minutes on there?
In the evaluation, we did not look at the minutes per week, but we did look at the minutes over the school year. So any students who log into the system less than 57 minutes over the school year was considered not using the program with fidelity. So that's considered the comparison group. But anything above 50 minutes or more, that's considered the intervention group. We're looking at the impact between the intervention group and the comparison group. So, but we can, in the future evaluation, we can look at the minutes per week. But this is not something we look at for this evaluation. Yep. Thank you.
And we're also looking at, in this conclusion, it's the number of times per week as reported by teachers. So we were able to connect a teacher response to the student outcomes. It's not necessarily looking at minutes as accumulated in the systems. It's as teachers have reported using the platform 2 to 3 times a week or 1 to 2 times per week.
Okay, and then I know that we did a similar outcome for IXL last year in the evaluation. And there was recommendations based on the findings from last year. Did we meet those recommendations? And do any of the recommendations from last year match up with the recommendations that we have this year? And if so, why do we have the same recommendations this year that we had last year?
So we would have to pull that, and we can certainly pull those reports and look at the recommendations to compare side by side for you.
Thank you, I'd appreciate that, because I'm just curious to see if there's any overlap between last year and this year, and if we were recommending changes based on the outcomes, I'd love to see if that metric helped. Like what we implemented last year, did that help our metrics with what we're seeing last year? And if there was any because I think that would give us some good data. My next question is about Success Maker. On page 8, 30%. Wow. Like 30%. That, and I'm not surprised really by this number because my one daughter took Success Maker when she was in elementary school, and they had to do it for like 10, 15, 20 minutes every day. There was a lot of Christmas treeing going on, just because they were bored. So I know and I know that we used to use the one that everybody, reading has iReady. Has there been any discussion about maybe going back? Because I believe in last year when you were talking about Success Maker, the validity, and I know I'm opening up a can of worms, the validity from the data coming out of iReady was a little bit more on point than the validity of the data coming out of Success Maker, mostly because, if I'm a guessing woman, it's because of the 30% usage with fidelity.
May I, Madam Chair?
Of course.
So at this point, we are not having conversations about bringing back iReady. I will tell you that we are starting to have conversations about programs versus people.
Okay.
As our dollars are shrinking, we are looking at the results maybe of teachers who are not using the program or programs and seeing the outcomes our students have as a result of the direct teaching. But no, we have not crossed that bridge of beginning conversations about iReady.
Thank you. And I love, I'm going to be people over programs every day of the week because I believe that having direct contact with a student is just more valuable and will probably provide better results than a programming. And I'm hoping that when we use Success Maker, it's only for our struggling students, that it was shared in the notes that it's just like the level 1s and level 2s for that kind of intense intervention. And we're not using it on every student. And the same with IXL math. Like if it's not needed, then why are we using it? And I love that Dr. Vasquez said people over programs, because I do think that the impact there will be better than these programs. So that is all I have. Thank you so much for all this work.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Ferrant.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, team, for doing this evaluation. This is really so necessary for us to make sure that what we're providing and bringing into the classroom is really working and actually seeing the results that we're wanting. The IXL, it feels strange because part of it was, as Member Gallo alluded to, it's like part of it's working for algebra, but then not for algebra honors, or geometry, not for whichever one it goes. But I think just really seeing, I like what we're seeing with that, but I agree, I'd love to see what last year's data look like and see if we were finding the same thing last year or we're finding the same thing this year. Is there another program that we could use? Or, as we're seeing with Read to Succeed, which that's the one I really want to touch on, that's a people over program in a sense. We're using a type of program, I guess, but the people are the ones that are implementing it and really sitting with the student, and we're seeing huge results. 95% of the teachers were for it. We're seeing huge, it's helping these students when they get to the testing. So maybe there's a math type of tutoring that would do that in that sense, where we can be pulling kids. I don't know how that looks or what that looks like, but just thought I'd throw that out there. My one question was with Read to Succeed. I know that they are currently using the CIPS program, and I would love to see if there was a way to have like two different groups where we could either train volunteers, or maybe it's our paid, the paid ones that go in, train them in the Orton Gillingham through the Reed Charitable. We've seen great results with that training, gives them the tools that they need, and helping these students who are really struggling with reading. So I'd love to see if we could do some sort of control group where there's a group that is trained through the Reed Charitable, one is trained through the CIPS program, and just see if there's a difference. That would be maybe even, is it one more helpful? Are the kids getting it more? I'd love to kind of narrow down on that. I know, do you know when you mentioned that there's going to be evaluation happening right now with CIPS. Do you know when that will be available for us?
So that program is happening based on the 25-26 school year, so we have to wait until the end of the school year to be able to get results to then analyze. So it's happening currently, and we're doing different things throughout the year, but we likely wouldn't have results back until fall of next year, just to have time to analyze and present the results.
Okay. Is there a way to get kind of like preliminary results to see what that's looking like? Because I know that there's certain trainings, it'd be awesome. I know this last year I did trainings for teachers through Reed Charitable over the summer. But if we don't get those evaluations back till the fall, it's like we're prolonging things.
Yeah, I mean, we try to turn the reports as quickly as we can. For this type of work, we generally have to wait for all of the results to come in and analyze them before we can turn them back over. It's not like a regular spreadsheet or anything like that where the information comes in and you can kind of see it as it's coming in. You have to have the complete data set to be able to apply all of the cleaning techniques and do all of the statistical testing that goes into the results that we see. So it's kind of, we have to wait for that process to play out, unfortunately.
Okay. I'll have to have patience. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. And then the Success Maker, I don't think I had any questions on that. But I appreciate it. I'm definitely excited about the Read to Succeed and just seeing the results that that's having. And I think it really does go to the whole, people over programs, and having an actual person sitting there and a child listening to them read, and then somebody talking to them instead of just on the screen. So appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Banos.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I agree with so much of what Member Gallo and Member Ferrant said, and I really appreciate this evaluation on Read to Succeed. It's funny that under Success Maker, we describe it as personalized learning, but really personalized learning is having a person. I mean, that's Read to Succeed. So just really am glad to hear that we're focusing, still really thinking about the direct instruction versus screens. And I guess one of my questions in the review of the two math programs is, how are we aligning that with sort of some expressed desire about reducing screen time in our school and in our classroom?
Dr. Vasquez?
I guess my concern is, I know we've spoken a couple of times on the board about reducing screen time in classroom. So I'm just wondering, with these programs, I see the recommendations, are we focusing more on just using it for intervention and homework? How often is it used like in the classroom?
So the program, most of the programs are interventions, and the state requires intervention for students that are struggling, and they define what that is. We have chosen, for the most part, programs, although we strongly encourage and have teachers do small group direct instruction. We have not done an analysis, as I mentioned previously, related to the amount of time, but what we can see from the program evaluation is that very few of the programs that have been evaluated are meeting the implementation fidelity of the program, which then limits our interpretation of the results. Because if you're not, let's say they're supposed to be using the program 30 minutes 3 times a week, and they're only doing it, one time or twice a week, that impacts the actual results. I believe there are science program is one of that I can recall, one of the few where the implementation of the program has been done with fidelity, and we have seen over and over again that schools that use that are getting better outcomes. Having said that, I do believe that there needs to be a lot of considerations around us moving away from the programs and working with just the teachers. Not that I don't believe in people over programs, but sometimes with time management, sometimes how the programs use AI and are able to quickly adapt and analyze where the students' gaps are and be able to prescribe those interventions directly on that is something our teachers like, because it's time saving. There are teachers that are using the programs and will tell you, please don't take it away. So this is going to require a lot further conversation. We're going to engage teachers that are using the program. We are going to engage teachers who are not using the program. Like, is it because of time? Is it because it's too complicated? I think training was another element that has popped up in some of the program evaluations. But at the end of the day, whether we choose to continue with programs or move to people, there's going to be an impact on the teachers. Some are going to be happy because they don't like the program, and then some are going to have some concerns because it may require them to spend more time planning. But I do know that the board would like to see us reduce the amount of screen time that our children are currently having as part of our instructional program.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And one of the comments I see for the recommendations talks about the need for targeted professional training. But at some point, you have these programs, but you're having to put more time and more resources into more training and more understanding, and it's still not being used with fidelity. And so I wonder at what point it's maybe not cost effective to do. And then I think just one other question I had, and this may go with more of Success Maker because it seems like it's more of an intervention piece for level 1 and level 2. But I know, speaking of iReady, what a trigger word for me, back in the day, that even though those programs, at least at that time, were targeted or were supposed to be used by level 1, level 2, or students who are performing below proficiency level, that somehow that communication to teachers and schools was not clear. And, we had students who were spending time on a screen and it was really not intended for them. Maybe because there was just confusion among teachers. Maybe they thought it was really for everyone. And just to point out that, a time on a screen, it's not benign, because time on a screen means time not spent doing something else. And so I just wanted to be clear that if we do decide that this is something that is needed for certain students, that communication is very clear that it's not for all students, so that we don't have unnecessary time on it. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Vice Chair Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. I know we talked about this when we got briefed initially about it with iExcel, because I've heard from a lot of parents and students who really appreciate and value it. And I know a lot of the conversation came up when we were considering taking iExcel away from middle school as one of our cost-saving measures back in last year, 2 years ago. But what I also noticed from when I was talking to folks that were arguing for us to keep that for middle school was that it was not uniformly used. And so some teachers would have it 20 minutes in the classroom. Some teachers would say it's more of a homework assignment for you to supplement with what we learned in the classroom. And so the hours being used across was different. Did we have a chance to look further into that? The homework versus in-classroom implementation and what works or doesn't?
Yeah, so that was part of this design, was looking at how teachers reported how they were using that and correlating it to, in terms of the amount of usage and how that was correlated to outcomes. So that's where we see in the recommendations the 2 to 3 times a week for the students taking the FAST and the 1 to 2 times for the students taking Algebra 1 and Geometry. And then the...
Is that anywhere, like in the classroom or outside the classroom, or do we have a recommendation on if it's best as supplementary after the fact or during?
Yep, so the time is accumulated regardless of where the student is using the platform, and that's just a metric that accumulates within the system, and there's not a way to isolate that, this student took it in the class versus that student took it at home. They're still accumulating.
We can't tell the time of a session? It's in class time or outside?
It accumulates, it's a counter, it's not doing a timestamp in the transaction that we get from the data.
Got it. Okay, helpful. Yeah, because I think that was one of my questions where I had a lot of teachers that were excited about Excel, but they said they were using it more as homework and supplementary after the fact rather than in class time. And as long as we captured all of that, both, I guess that's the helpful thing. Yeah, thank you for doing this. I think obviously as we have the budget conversation always, we're always looking at, from all the things that we procure and buy, what is working and what is outcome related or not. I do think it is difficult, like Dr. Vasquez said, to know what programs and software works or doesn't work if everybody uses it differently, if some folks use it and some folks don't. And so to the extent, like, I think that's a much broader conversation because I don't know. I think I'm struggling with appreciating what is the point of us buying software that we're not going to implement at high fidelity. And that's question number 1. Question number 2 is, if we do know a software does work, and that's the point of doing this. So there are some software or programs that we know are overwhelmingly successful. Why don't we have it everywhere? Like, why are we leaving it up to, if you like it, you can use it. If you don't, you don't. And these are really hard questions because I know that ends up going into territory over what is mandatory training. I know that this goes into a whole larger scope of things, but it almost feels like we're somewhere in between both of those, where we're buying things that we know maybe work, maybe don't. We're trying to hold ourselves accountable on outcomes and measuring these outcomes. We're maybe implementing, maybe not implementing. And so I think I'm just struggling with maybe the takeaways of this, or like, what do we as a board are supposed to generally think about some of this? And I know we started doing this because we wanted accountability with every dollar. And some stuff is working, some stuff isn't. But if it's 20% used, 30% used, then does it? I think I'm just struggling generally with that, which is a much larger conversation about the process of program evaluation and program implementation.
So let me call on the superintendent.
Yep.
Dr. Vasquez.
So just a little bit of background for some of you that may be newer to the board. We have not, as a district, at the request of the board, required specific program use. We have recommended. There have been some rare occasions if a school is under DOE watch because of their performance, and we have to submit specific plans and then specific data. But for the most part, we recommend, and it is up to the teacher whether they use it or not. And the board has consistently, for the last several years, upheld that. Should the board change their stance on that, then we could go back and look at, these are the programs that we know research supports works, and they will be used X amount of time. That is one of the reasons why we have started to have conversations about people versus programs, because we are spending quite a lot of money on instructional materials, much more than what is allocated by the state. We do have some schools that are required to have interventions. For example, in ELA reading, the state does mandate that there are prescribed programs, but we currently are letting the schools enforce that. We at the district level have not. For example, we could pull reports from the programs that we are recommending they use for that intervention, and then be able to say, well, these teachers at these schools have not met the recommended time, therefore they're not implementing the recommended intervention. So it's done under the intervention block, which could be direct instruction, which could be personalized program, or one of the programs that we have. But we leave that to the discretion of the teacher. So that's the answer to Board Member Salamanca's question.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. Yeah, I think that's what I'm struggling with, because we are buying a lot of programs, some that work well, some that don't, but implementation is still a question mark. And I know that's not an easy conversation to have, but, and I think from some of the data, I know that, as Dr. Vasquez said, when we have certain schools where we do have to mandate certain interventions, like, is there a way to compare how those schools are in terms of gains or improvements because they have to use some of these programs, are comparing to the schools that are not across the board using this? Like, statistically speaking, how can we get some outcomes of what works and doesn't work with the people aspect being an control variable?
Yeah, so for that type of design, first we would have to have the schools clearly defined as far as who's required and who's not. And fortunately, in the situation that was just on the table, there's not a lot of schools that are currently in that situation of being required or, having that heightened level of scrutiny right now.
Right.
It would have to be something that would be part of the early design and selecting the sites in that research to be able to do that comparison, but we'd have to have enough in that group to be able to compare. So it really kind of depends year to year in terms of which schools would be included. It's something that we can certainly take back as a look for those opportunities when they may present themselves, whether it's specifically this case or if it's other programs that we're looking at to try to identify schools that might have either a required or a voluntary higher implementation.
Got it. Okay. And so I know that as we do this process, there's multiple steps to it, right? We select a program, there's a program evaluation. Like, remind me again what the steps of this whole process is per program.
Yep. So we start by identifying the programs, and then we identify who the sponsoring department is. We work with them to identify the scope of work, which essentially is the research questions of interest. So what is it that you'd like to know about this program? Then we review the available data or what we might be able to generate. So if you're asking a question that we just don't have information to answer, or we wouldn't be able to create that information, then that is a question that we remove from the scope. Typically, we do, depending on the program and the design, we can do 2 phases. So we'll look at an implementation first of how is it being implemented. That's where we do more of the qualitative work to ask questions of the school, of teachers, kind of looking at more of those qualitative types of data. And then if it's something that we'd like to look at the outcomes, then when we have the outcomes back at the end, we can then do the quantitative analysis, and then we will conclude with the report. Sometimes we only do an implementation, sometimes we only do an outcome. It just depends on what the scope of the project is.
So in this case, we got all the way through most of that for these programs. So what comes next? Next is we have recommendations. What are we doing with those recommendations?
Yep.
Thanks, Vice Chair Salamanca, for the questions. Appreciate this conversation. So we work with the program contacts to share the results. So we're working closely with Dr. Brown-Cannon's team. I think a lot comes back to what Dr. Vasquez was talking about, which there's a lot in that conversation. And so getting out of my realm a little bit here. I know Ben and them tell me in this role I'm supposed to just call balls and strikes like an umpire, but going back to some of my prior roles, there's a lot that goes into that. So, I know our school supervisors work with their schools. They're there on a regular basis. And if they're seeing PM1 data to PM2 data, looking like there's opportunities there, they'll have conversations about the utilization of, say, Success Maker in elementary school for math. If from PM1 to PM2, they're seeing results that look like Success Maker could help. At the end of the day, there's still choices to be made. So we try to utilize the resources that we're purchasing to have the impact. I'm also a big believer in people over programs. However, as Dr. Vasquez said, it's very challenging to individualize and personalize instruction and differentiate instruction. And some of these programs with their AI features are able to help do that in a very timely manner. My layman takeaways from these 3 program evaluations are IXL showed that if you're using the skills practice, there's impact there. So whether that needs to be done on a program or just standards aligned practice, it's showing us what research has shown. Practice helps when it comes to mathematics. With Success Maker, what was intriguing there, the 30% was not intriguing. However, that is national average, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you look at that. But the 30% who were using with Fidelity, we saw achievement gaps closing there, which is something certainly to pay attention to, because sometimes our opportunity gaps can be stubborn. And then with Read to Succeed, we saw a lot of qualitative data of liking that interaction with students and the relationships and the mentoring there. And there'll be a lot more to be determined from that once we get the SIPS evaluation back.
Got it.
But really appreciate this
Yeah.
line of
No, that's really
conversation.
helpful. I think I struggle with, like you said, the Success Maker. It is, in some areas, we see that there are some achievement gaps closing, but we're just making a recommendation to use that.
That's right.
All right. Thank you so much, Harold.
All right. Good conversation. Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Byrd.
Thank you. And I'll be quick because much of the program discussions were already covered. I was very pleased to get this information on the Read to Succeed because I'm a big believer in that. Obviously, it's what I did my first 2 years as an educator was working one-on-one with students. So with reading, so I believe firmly in that success. Of course, the issue there is what we've already discussed. How do you scale that to be able to, impact the children, the number of children that we have that need interventions? So I know when we met, I discussed with you, and I said I was going to say it from the dais, that I still want to encourage us to explore more possibilities for tutors through our high schools. And offering community service hours for high school students. They could easily be trained. I did that same thing. I did that with 5th grade elementary students working with 1st graders. And they were excellent at working with those kids, even in 5th grade. So I would love to see us really push this early in the beginning of the year or even over the summer. Ask for volunteers to come and train over the summer to learn how to tutor elementary kids. And if we can I love the idea of exploring to find a math tutoring program too, to go along with the reading program. And then get these kids right at the beginning of the year, because that's something else we heard from the teachers. They'd like to see it earlier in the year. Get these high school kids out there really in the beginning of the year, helping kids. Think how many juniors and seniors we have that have transportation, that get out of school at 2:30, that maybe don't have an after-school job or extracurriculars after school, that might be looking for something to get those 100 volunteer hours they need, or that may just be looking for something anyway to do. I think this would be a great opportunity. They could go to a neighborhood school 10 minutes from their high school right after school and get that last hour or 30 minutes with the kids. I'd love to see us figure out a way to push that through, and I think it might be worth exploring. I'd also like to find out why, Superintendent, you mentioned that there's a science program that's being done with Fidelity that we're seeing great success with. I'd like to find out why that program in particular is being done with Fidelity. Is it because it's high interest, because it's science, or is there a reason for that?
I'll let the team respond in more detail if I'm missing some pieces to it. The schools that are currently using it with Fidelity have been using it, have seen results, and have found a way to incorporate it into their schedule. What we're still having difficulty with is getting schools that aren't using it, whose science scores would benefit from the use of it to implement it in their routines during the school day. So I please add anything that I may have missed.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Vasquez and Ms. Bird for the question. It's Study Island is the program, and we have greater usage of Study Island for science in 5th grade than our other programs. And we've done 2 program evaluations that have both shown the impact, the positive impact. And so it's the greatest usage we have of a program, but as Dr. Vasquez said, there's still opportunity.
Okay, good. And then I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Byrd. Member Douglas.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for your research. I appreciate it. I've tried all 3 of the programs while I was in school, teaching. And yes, we'll not really use it to fidelity, but I just want to bring that teacher's voice to the discussion. Is there a way we can survey the teacher to ask why? What prevented them to use these programs to fidelity? Is it time? Do they need training? Do they need support staff? But because we have to help the teachers make it happen. And I'm sure they would like to make it happen, but so many things are happening in the classroom that probably is also bringing, the fact that they're not using those programs to fidelity. My other point will be, is there a way we can do a pilot program at one school where they really use it to fidelity and how they teach it so that they can be the one that will be teaching the other, schools why they had such great, outcomes with those programs. Just to make sure, because these programs have been here for a long time, a very long time. I've been teaching 25 years and I'm no success maker, IXL, all this. Okay, so I just want to know why it's not working as well as it should be working. And maybe we should involve the teachers in that discussion. Ask them, what do you need to make these things happen? And the other things that I would like to know, I would like to find out about Study Island and Khan Academy. How, what is the result of those 2 programs? Are they, because I know teachers are using them to fidelity and they like it, so what are the results of these 2 programs? That's my other point that I would like to know. Thank you so much.
Dr. Border, any follow-up?
No, thanks, Ms. Douglas. Appreciate that. Definitely taking back, kind of feeding off what Dr. Vasquez asked earlier, too, and we'll talk with the program contact about future design on program evaluation. The teachers who are not using it, why not, and trying to get some of that information. There was, these studies did include surveys of teachers, but honing in specifically on maybe not using and trying to get a cross-section there to find out the why and see if we can have any correlation with that is something that we can look at for sure.
All right, thank you, Member Douglas. All right, Dr. Vasquez, I think we're ready to move on to 4.02. Before we do, let me just, I'm going to need to excuse myself for a few minutes, Board, so I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of our Vice Chair.
Yes. All right. As we transition, I'm going to ask Greg Moody, Executive Leader for School Choice, to come up to the podium. Our next topic is a review of the school improvement plan for 2 of our charter schools. Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy will go first. And then after that, we will have the school improvement plan review for UCP Downtown Charter School. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Moody.
Do you want you to talk today?
Okay. Thank you, Superintendent, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I'll introduce Dr. Kia Scott, our Senior Director for School Choice. She will tee this off for us with Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy. Kia?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. This afternoon, representatives from Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy will present their school improvement plan. Florida Statutes 1002.33, Section 9N1 requires charter schools that have earned a grade of a D or an F to appear before the sponsor to review noted deficiencies to be addressed in the school improvement plan, which I'll refer to as a SIP. The School Choice Services Department ensures all charter schools required to submit a school improvement plan respond to all pertinent components and adhere to required submission deadlines. As an additional measure of monitoring, schools with school improvement plans have 2 additional site visits to review progress and implementation of the SIP. So they have a total of 4 site visits during the year. The School Choice Department, with support of the Strategic Improvement Department, worked closely with Lucius and Emma Nixon to finalize revisions and the approval and submission of the school improvement plan to the state. In November 2025, all school SIPs were published by FDOE. All OCPS SIPs are scheduled to be considered for board approval at the January 13, 2026 meeting. Today, we have Principal Lumpkin and Mr. Bruce Johnson, board member, who will present the specific information for Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy. And I'll turn that over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. For those of you who I haven't had the pleasure to meet, my name is Adonis Lumpkin, like a pumpkin, but with an L, and I am the interim principal of Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy. And as statutorily required, I am accompanied by my governing board member, Mr. Bruce Johnson. Moving forward, we will now speak to you regarding the highlights and the heartburn of our school improvement plan. We broke our school improvement presentation into 4 succinct headings. 1, where we are. 2, why. 3, what are we doing? And 4, our goals. Where we are. We took the liberty of borrowing the state's actual spreadsheet so that we could give you a demonstrative pictorial of our last year school improvement grades. Full disclosure, the graph is usually a little longer than this. We extrapolated the areas of the components that didn't pertain to elementary schools. We took out things like social study, achievement, middle school and college, career acceleration, as well as graduation rates. If you look at the slides, Lucius and Emma Nixon Academy received scores in 4 out of the total 8 categories in which all elementary schools throughout the state of Florida can receive scores. The areas that we did not receive scores in are 3rd grade ELA achievement, ELA learning gains of the lowest 25%, math learning gains of the lowest 25%, and student achievement. Those categories are indicated by the black NAs in those respective components. The 4 categories that we did receive scores in are ELA achievement, ELA achievement, ELA learning gains, math achievement, math learning gains, and as you can see with the numbers reflected in those particular categories, our scores last year left a lot to be desired, right? Allow me to call them out as an exercise of personal and professional accountability to you so that we can make an effort to do better, right? In the area of ELA proficiency, our students receive 20%. In the area of ELA learning gains, our students receive 31%. In the area of math proficiency, our students received 20%. And in the area of math learning gains, our students received 8%. Well, now that you know where we are relative to our last year's scores, let's talk about why. The issues that were our undoing last year have a lot to do with the 4 fatal factors I'm about to present to you. 1, student achievement. 2, lack of certified/highly qualified teachers. 3, transient pupil population. And 4, ineffective instructional quality and rigor. In the area of student attendance, you can see, oh, I'm sorry, forgive me. I didn't advance the slide. You can see by the graph that 39% of our students missed 10% of instructional days last year. And that matters, right? Because if they're not there, we can't teach them, obviously. In the area of lack of certified and highly qualified teachers, our data reviews, analyzing academic records, interviews with school personnel determined that the decrease in students' performance can be attributed to the employment of a considerable number of novice teachers, proportionately. Teachers with less than 2 years' experience many times lack the necessary skills and knowledge to effectively engage students and deliver high-quality instruction. Now, just because a teacher is a novice teacher doesn't mean they're a young teacher. We have many teachers that come to us as a secondary career choice, and some of them are novice teachers at that time. Our particular situation involved novice teachers and novice young teachers. Let me say that with clarity. And the good thing about young teachers are they're young teachers, right? They're full of energy. They come with vitality, they're more able to identify with the student population. You would expect them to have a greater grasp on technology. And they cost less than veteran teachers, right? But the bad thing about young teachers is they're young teachers, right? They struggle with classroom management in many cases, lesson planning and adapting to their students' individual learning needs and styles, leading to a decline of academic performance across our grade levels, as what we've experienced. And as an administrator, I obviously didn't do an effective job myself in properly preparing and motivating them towards success. All right? That's my personal and professional accountability statement under that category. Under the category of transient pupil population, there's a cocktail of components that contribute to this specific epidemic. After the pandemic and awareness of emerging online platforms that took kids away, families relocating out of the state due to the high cost of living and affordability issues, parents in record numbers choosing to homeschool their children, and the choice legislation option that recently came up that bore rise to the emerging mom and pop private school market, not to mention the ICE raids that affect our Latino and Haitian communities. This year alone, 29% of our students are new students, and that's at a school that has a population of no more than 60 kids as of last year. This year we're at 50, right? So 29% of those students, excluding kindergartners, are brand new. In the area of ineffective instruction, quality, and rigor, the lack of standards, alignment, engaging and appropriate paced lessons, the difficulty in dealing with negative student behaviors that often come within the environment in which we do business. Madam Felder, we are in your community. I've had the opportunity to meet you one time before at a community event. We sit on Mercy Drive, right? That is not a good business model for people in the business of charter schools, right? You understand it. I won't belabor the board due to the time, but that's where we are. That's where we choose to be, and we have an affinity for that student demographic. What are we doing? We've added daily attendance calls to help with student attendance, weekly and parent check-ins, incentives for kids, such as pizza and pastry parties for the homerooms that have the most weekly and monthly student attendance. We're doing home visits, offering parent workshops and connecting families and community resources for transportation and health needs. In the area of lack of certified and quality teachers, efforts continue to be made to increase teacher quality, to recruit, retain, and reward high-performing certified teachers in all content areas. And those rewards don't always have to be financial. They can be just creating the type of climate where a teacher feels she's welcomed and wanted. It could be responding in a quick manner to a discipline issue, or writing a little note and sliding it on a teacher's desk, letting him or her know that you appreciate her. And we're also providing job-embedded coaching, peer mentoring, and ongoing professional development. Okay. A continuation of that what are we doing category in the area of transient pupil population. The slide reads, we are doing more work aimed at planting parents and pupils deeper into the soil of the community by helping them establish roots that have more rigidity. But what does that mean? It means that we're tying families to reliable resources that can help make their local life better, right? So that there's a likelihood that they'll stay. We're talking and bringing individuals in. They're talking to our parents about the affordable housing opportunities that come available in our community, the credit repair and first-time homeowners programs. If you want to do business with us from a financial standpoint, banks and so forth, you have to bring that desire to our parent programs to talk about financial literacy, so that we are creating a more well-rounded parent population, and with those type of relationships, hoping that they'll choose to stay where they are. We are establishing new programs ourselves. We have the first Girl Scout program that our school has ever had, and that many in that environment has ever had the opportunity to be a part of. And so we're excited about that. And in addition, we've changed our schedule to have a staff member that usually came in early and left at the time school was out to come in later and leave at 6 o'clock, so we can provide free aftercare to students, so that parents that are looking forward to making a little extra money to help ends meet and don't have to worry about their kid becoming a latchkey kid or proper supervision to their child. And we're also supporting in the area of ineffective teacher quality and rigor. We're ensuring that lessons are engaging, that they are appropriately paced, and that there is a standards alignment. While teachers make every effort to go through the standards and cover them all before the end of the school year, we want to make sure that they understand the tech specs, so they understand what exactly is a higher probability of being tested, so that we can prepare our students for those. We're conducting frequent classroom walkthroughs and accountable observations focused on instructional improvement. We're supporting teachers with planning tools and model-based lessons and feedback cycles. And this is our goals. We brought that illustration back and added 2 layers to it. Now, given the numbers that we have this year, we hope to receive 5 out of the 8 categories that all elementary schools throughout the state can get grades in. The new one coming aboard would be the 3rd grade reading proficiency. And the 2 layers that you see underneath that original pink graph that I showed you earlier are our realistic average growth goals, as well as our aspirational growth goals, right? We feel that if we could get ELA proficiency to move up 20 points to a 40, if we can get ELA learning gains to move up 29 points to a 60, if we can get math proficiency to move up 20 points to a 40, and we can get math learning gains to move up 52 points to a 60, we'd have the required 250 points to get a C grade, right? My notes are not, are you looking for if you're looking for the notes, mine, I have notes, numbers that you don't have reflected there. And the second line, the aggressive growth model, if we can get our ELA proficiency numbers to move up 40%, our ELA learning gain numbers to move up 39%, our math proficiency numbers to move up 40%, and our math learning gain numbers to move up 62%, then that would give us a 310 score in that rubric, which would take us to an A grade. Right? With that said, we are Lucius and Nixon Academy. Thank you for your time, and this concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We'll now have a queue of board members that have a couple of questions for you. We really appreciate you walking us through that, and we were following along on our end with some of the numbers we also have, and so I think the board was just trying to bring it all together. First up, we have Board Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. I might have to come back for a second round, but I'll just start off. Just curious, your building, what's the capacity in your school building? How many students can you serve?
We get, according to the floor plan that is approved by the fire marshal, we can get approximately 450 students in our building.
So you can fit 450, so your building accommodates 450 students, and you have 50 students now?
Correct.
Okay.
To your point, also the thought of renting the other side of our building has come about so that we could possibly merge with a incoming charter school that maybe is having facility location issues, a childcare facility that would act as a feeder pattern to our school and give us a inroads towards recruiting more students. Just thought I'd throw that out there to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds like maybe some of these schools of hope that are looking for a place to go, maybe there is, maybe there's space there.
Ma'am,
also,
with that said, as a point of contention, the school building isn't owned by the school. It's owned by a private landlord.
Interesting.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, you mentioned in the presentation that you have 39% of students that are missing 10% or more of days. Do you have information on why students aren't coming to school, or have you done any of that research?
It's a difficult demographic, ma'am. Some of our kids, prior to the pandemic, were at McDonald's trying to get Wi-Fi capability before the ESSER grants allowed us to be able to have the hotspots. Some of our students are really, and our parents are really in an impoverished situation. Many times the standards bearers that exist in other locations don't have our barriers, and so there are a lot of barriers to education in that area.
Yeah.
Your schools, Molly Ray, Pine Hills, I'm sure they experience some of the similar situations, and we're not immune to those situations as well.
Mm-hmm. No, and there's definitely a lot going on. Do you think, just I know you have a deep knowledge of the other OCPS traditional schools around you, do you think that students are better off in your school than in one of the other neighborhood schools?
Well, I don't want to use this platform to create a us against them situation with the district. We are committed to working collaboratively with the district through your school choice office. Kia, Margaret, and Gina have been wonderful. And so when it comes to making statements that are derogatory towards any OCPS school, I would refrain from doing that. I just think that there are different choices that people make for different reasons as to where they want their children. Holistically, if you were to survey the entire OCPS school board, you would find that there are a lot of school board employees who have students that attend charter schools as well. And it's not because they have a negative reflection of your school board, because you're like a battleship. You're historic, you're tested, you've been around a while, and you do wonderful things. But sometimes charter schools have the ability to be nimble like a speedboat to be able to meet the particular needs of that particular parent for that particular child. And so it doesn't mean necessarily that a child is better off in our school. It's just that a parent feels that particular school in that particular region, whether it's our school or any of the other schools that exist within your auspices, have something favorable for their child.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think the reason that I was asking is because just looking at the grades of the school, 2023D, 2025F, and I know that there are not any traditional schools that have a D or an F, so that's really why I was asking. But I appreciate your point on charter schools. You're saying have the ability to be more nimble. I think that is a great benefit that charter schools do have. That I wish was applied across the board. But given that, I'm looking at your plan and I'm wondering, as you have had struggles over the past couple of years, what parts of this plan have you implemented previously, and has there been success?
Well, that's kind of like asking us what instruction have we implemented previously. We do all these things regularly, right? But sometimes some things stick in some years and sometimes they don't for whatever reasons. It could be the configuration of the grading model that particular year. There are some high schools that reap the benefits of a favorable grading model where typically they have had low performing results, but here comes a new situation in a new year, and that climate and playing that particular nuance allows them to be able to receive a favorable grade that might not have been achieved in previous years. And so we continue to do everything that we've always done. With the ebbs and flows that exist in our climate, we sometimes do a better job than not. And so, and again, I want to make it perfectly clear to you that I am not in a confrontational position with the school district, and I do not want to be drawn into one if I can all help it. I appreciate everything that everybody on the DAS does for the kids, because they're all kids, right? They're all the children that have choice and needs. And so I'll just leave it at that.
No, and I appreciate that. And I know that you seem like a very nice person, and I'm sure that everyone in your school is, and people we all want to make sure our students are getting what they need. And I think that's the concern up here. The concern is, that students only get one chance,
Yes,
right, to be in elementary school, middle school, high school. And I think all of us just want to make sure that that they have the best chance. Going back to some plans for the future, I know you mentioned you were having some issues with your teachers. Do you have only certified teachers, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We've been working with Franny and the district certification office to make sure that we embed our school with the necessary highly qualified teachers to get the job done. We've had due to the school grade, we've had the influx of some UNISIC dollars that have allowed us to hire an interventionist. That interventionist is certified, and they're working in small groups with students to provide MTS and pull out and push in activities that help students ameliorate their deficiencies.
Mm-hmm. That's great. Let's see what else I have here. Oh, I know what I wanted to ask. I think it was the year 2024, it looked like there was an incomplete grade for the school, and I was just wanting to follow up on why that happened.
What happens is, if I can refer you back to the slide, I'll take it here. What happens is when our grade levels, when our grade, when our enrollment numbers are so low, they affect us in various ways, right? As you see, there are 8 possible components that we could receive scores from. Being that we don't have enough students in particular cells, meaning that our 4th and 5th grade students, we only had 9 or 8. And because we don't meet the threshold that the state requires for us to have 10 in a cell, it put us in a situation where we didn't get the benefit of all the 8 categories, right? And so when we didn't get the benefit of the 8 categories, it put us in a situation where we received an I. We actually thought this year we would have an I because we were under the same situation as we were the previous year. But lo and behold, some of our charter school colleagues, the things that you don't expect sometimes in the new grading systems sometimes appear, and here you got a grade that you didn't expect to get, and that you've earned, rightfully so, right? Full accountability. And so that's what happened that year. Our numbers are so low that they hurt us. They hurt us in terms of achievement categories. We could very well, given our demographic, have students in the lowest 25%, but we can't realize those numbers because we don't have enough students to qualify at that cell level. We could, it affects us in terms of being able to pay for teachers, right? And so we've had to do some collaborative things with outside agencies and institutions to be among you. The people and I welcome you all to come out and visit our school. I look forward to the opportunity to walk you around, to show you who we are, to show you how we are. And I'm sure that you'll see everything going on from a more granular perspective and understand that there is a need for us to be in that community in which we serve. And there is the utmost of expectation on our part and the efforts that we're doing day in and day out to ensure that that remains that way.
Mm-hmm. So the students, when you don't have enough students to take the different tests or to show, do you still have data? I mean, how are you evaluating them?
They take the tests, but the state doesn't give us a score. And so we have to look at the granular data that exists, going in rigidly and looking at the students who were actually there the year before, where they are this year, and trying to do our own analysis to understand it.
Superintendent Vasquez.
Yeah. I just need to clarify. My understanding is that there was an issue with the percent tested. Is that?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Okay, we'll verify, because that's the information I had, that they didn't meet the threshold for the percent tested.
No, we're typically at 95 and 100% of students tested. If we drop below a certain threshold, we would not be qualified for it to get an A grade because you have to meet, they have certain thresholds that you exist. In order to get an A grade, we could meet all of the performance numbers to qualify for an A, but if we drop below a 95 percentile, as I understand it, and I said, you are the battleship. You have research base. That's why we tie our tugboats to you, and we don't want no problems with you. And we want to make clear that that's our posture. But from my understanding is that once you reach a 95% threshold, whether you have enough points to be an A or not, you won't get an A because you haven't reached that margin. And then there's a further threshold that means you can't get a grade, but we've met that threshold.
No, and we don't have issues. We're glad that you are here. I just want to make sure that it's clear, because my understanding is that the 95% threshold was not met, but we'll clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll have the team verify and then let you know.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Member Vanas?
Thank you.
This is the second round?
No, this isn't the second round yet. This is still the first round.
Okay.
But I'm almost done with this one.
Yes,
I'll let my board member speak. Do you offer any sports, extracurricular activities, after school, before school programs?
At the elementary level, we do not have any sports at our school. We do offer aftercare, and for parents that take us up on it, we have before care program. But as far as the extracurricular sports activities, no, ma'am, we do not offer that at the elementary level.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Member Vanas. Next up, we have Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you an elementary school?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So
Strictly.
you're just strictly elementary?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I thought, but it confused me when you said at the elementary level. Okay. How many teachers do you have?
Actually, right now we have 3. Actually 4.
Because I'm showing the interim principals teaching 5th grade along with a teacher, and then Mr. Lumpkin, is that you?
Like a pumpkin, but with an L.
Thank you. You're also teaching 1st grade and 4th grade and kindergarten.
I'm not sure what data you're
I'm looking on
at.
your website.
Oh, no, that's with all the
So
things
when
that
you
we're
look
doing.
under staff, under your website, it shows pretty much that you're teaching all of the grades.
Right. I would refer you to our monthly personnel report that we submit to the district every month that gives you the exact teacher configuration and program components of our school. The website is outdated, and thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'll make sure that we get right on that. But we submit our monthly personnel report to the district via the charter link system, and it shows our accurate school employee personnel roster.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And are most of the students that go to your school, are they neighborhood kids? Are they
Definitely.
far away? How do they
Definitely.
get to school? Do you bus them?
No, ma'am. The majority of our students walk or get picked up.
Have you looked into see if that's a barrier to attendance, the walking or the driving?
It most definitely is. There are buses that, I'm glad you mentioned that. Every year, the charter school office asked us, is there any way that they can help us? And consistently for the last 2 years, what we've put on our report is that access to transportation. The district currently has buses that it surpluses that we can't get access to, and we would love to get access to those buses. Just like the public schools that are underutilized are now being challenged by the schools of hope. We would like to, rather than have those taxpayer dollars that the parents of our children have paid for, rather than them going out to auctions and being bought, we'd very much like to be able to have a couple of those so that we could increase our enrollment and so that we could stop barriers to education that exist. Many of our parents don't have cars. They live close enough where they fall underneath the 2-mile radius where they can't get transportation, but they don't have cars, and so they walk through dangerous situations to the children. They walk through dangerous situations to be able to get home, which causes us to have to walk them halfway down the street currently. And so if you could be so gracious to be able to make it a way for us to be able to receive those surplus buses that go out to the auction, that would help us a lot in increasing student enrollment, in stopping barriers to like transportation to education, and putting ourselves in a more favorable position.
What is our contract with you? Like what did we approve last time that we approved your charter contract?
In terms of what, ma'am?
The number of years.
5 years.
5 years? And
Yes,
when did we approve that?
About 3-4 years ago. Forgive
So
me.
you're up for renewal next year?
Next year, possibly. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Scott, can I ask you a few questions? So I know that you obviously have looked in depth at the SIP that they provided, and you've been working with the school. I'm curious as to your thoughts on their ability to turn around this school to improve their grade.
In my opinion, just visiting the school, you can see a difference, the sense of urgency of making sure that more is being done for the students. Because one thing we do make clear is once we do our site visits, which we do twice a year, in this case it would be 4 times a year, we do provide comments back. And, we don't do it to intimidate, but we have to cover ourselves, and we do let them know, you have a school grade of an F. A second F for charter schools will close a charter school. So with that sense of urgency, I do believe that they're doing everything they can right now to improve.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Scott. I appreciate it. Do you all offer food and nutrition services?
We offer food. Our children eat free breakfast, lunch, and snack.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Next up, Member Front.
Okay, thank you. And thank you both for coming. I know this is probably not your favorite meeting that you will be attending this week, but I appreciate you for being here, for your honesty, for looking forward. You have some really high goals. Looking at those goals, those are kind of things that when I was first coming in, that's what I was wanting to see, big, huge jumps like that. But the more I'm in this, the more I see that it is in slow increments. So as much as I would love for you to get that 60, I don't know, I'm not convinced by maybe what you're sharing today that would happen. So just some questions just to kind of pick your brain. As far as ELA, what are you doing? Like what are you implementing? What strategies are you implementing to make sure that these students are really having great success in their ELA class?
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, we're protecting instructional time, right? We're making sure that our schedules are aligned in ways that give maximum exposure to instruction, and that we're protecting that instruction. We have like I mentioned earlier, we have an interventionalist that's doing pull-outs and pull-in with those students every day, in addition to what the classroom teacher is providing, the small group instruction that the classroom teachers are providing. We've got tutoring coming up, and again, we're small, our money is slow, so we have to be strategic in how we use our dollars, just like you were talking about earlier when it pertained to Excel, right? And so timing our tutoring instruction to the point of the year where we can get the most bang for our buck. And so we're just getting back to the basics and the rigorous components of quality instructors, quality instruction with by quality instructors, and research-based materials.
Okay. Do you have examples of maybe what you're using?
Yes, ma'am. For kindergarten, in the area of phonics, we're using Wonders, which is a research-based program approved by the state of Florida. In math, we're using Salvis Envision, Best Mathematics. Social studies, we're using Florida Social Studies Weekly, Florida Studies Weekly, I'm sorry, and we're using Salvis Science Exploration. Our teachers make use of CPOMs. In addition, we have IXL in our grade levels. We have iReady for reading and math. We have Generation Genius in the area of science, and we have Top Score Writing that we're utilizing. Those last three are 4 are online resources.
Okay. For ELA, are you using anything like SIPS, like the SIPS program, or the Read, the Orton Gillingham through?
No, ma'am,
Read
but I
Foundation?
took a note to see that that's what you guys were using, so that
I would
could
highly
kinda-
recommend it. Those really do help students. Highly recommend those. And then as far as math, what kind of programs are you using, or strategies? Because like we said earlier, people over programs, but strategies are you using to really help students understand the math?
Right. The engagement is key in our demographic, right? Students, if they're motivated, that's just like with our in-class novels. If we're just giving them novels that have no relevance to their world, they're not motivated, they're not engaged. And so with all areas, we're trying to increase engagement. As it pertains to math, tying them into not just individuals, but instructional materials that engage them. That could be the iReady math component, where we get, you have thresholds of achievement rewards that go towards individuals that, don't flash through and get the little flag that said you've been going too fast. And so we're doing everything we can in both the areas of reading and math to motivate them and increase their engagement.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I can definitely say, I know you guys are up against a lot. It's not just, we talk about this a lot in our position. It's not just about having a kid in your class and teaching them how to read. There's a lot more that goes into it, especially in the area that you're at,
Yes, ma'am.
which kudos to you as well for, seeing that there's a huge need in the area.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think, thank you for that. How are you planning to recruit more families if the grades and the student, you have just a few amount of teachers? I'm just trying to understand, as a prospective family, how are we coming and?
Relationships matter, ma'am, in all things. And you have to have the right understanding of where we are. The neighborhood, we're around the corner from a neighborhood park and recreation center, the Northwest Center, places where some of the kids from your schools go. And, there are shootings that take place there. Our kids are resilient. We get parents that bring their kids to school with their sibling in Pampers, no shoes, and no shirts. But the relationships that we establish with those parents are what help us. And quite frankly, we would be closed right now if we didn't have them. Establishing partnerships with community nonprofits like Determine Now, who passed out a lot of food and perishable and non-perishable items to our family members who were experiencing troubles during hard times. Tomorrow, oh, I'm sorry, that's tomorrow, Wednesday. Thursday, I welcome you to come out. That same organization will be giving toys to all of our kids. And so it's the relationships, they care about our kids for real, mentality. I can make sure I talk to them to make sure that the things that I need in my life to help sit down and fill out that I don't understand as a parent, I can go in there and they'll help us fill out those documents to get access to resources. My child isn't in the aftercare program, but they do go to the school, and I'm running late. Is it possible to be able to keep them there? Yeah, just take a picture of your driver's license and send it to me so I can make sure the legality is covered, and we'll keep the kid. And then they're calling and saying, hey, I got an extra hour. I'm not going to be able to pick them up. Is that possible?
So those relationships really
Those
matter.
relationships.
That's awesome. I am definitely very concerned because, as a parent myself,
Yes, ma'am.
when I'm sending a kid, for myself, when I'm sending my kid to school, I want to make sure it's the highest quality education. And that's really what the school choice expansion is really to just make sure that there's, like you said before, some parents are wanting kind of that smaller speedboat school that's able to turn on a dime and help with small, their needs. But you're really going to have to double down and
We're in a bad place right now.
I would agree.
We're not in
I
a.
think
We're
you
not
really
in
need
a.
to buckle in and
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
for the sake of the kids, because
Yes,
you
ma'am.
really do. They grow up, and I feel the same way in our schools. We've got to really focus on that education piece. But thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Front. I'm Q up next, and I don't know, Superintendent, I see you out there as well, so I'd like to go ahead first.
Thank you. And I'm going to clarify that
got
I
me?
was referring to the year you received the I.
Okay.
For that year, you only had 93% tested, and that's
it?
been confirmed. And
Okay.
so I just want to make sure I wasn't referring to this past year. I was referring to the year where you received the I. It was
Okay.
because of the 93% tested.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Superintendent. I was looking at your 24-25 on the number of students retained. So that means students that had to repeat the year, is that right?
What are you referring to?
I'm
What
looking,
document?
is that the definition of what retained students is?
Yes, ma'am.
Students that had to repeat a year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in 24-25, 22 out of your 50 or so students were retained a year, is that right?
No, ma'am. No.
Page 7 of the, and then I have 19 from 25 to 26.
I'm not.
Looking at page 6 and page 7 of the, I'm just making sure, is that right?
I also noticed a mistake.
This is from the improvement plan.
Yeah, I also noticed a mistake in the numbers. We had 29% on one area, but it was actually 20%. So I'm not sure that's incorrect, ma'am. My apologies for that.
So the numbers in the improvement plan are wrong?
No, what I'm saying is that particular item might not be correct. Yes, ma'am.
So you don't have 22 students that were retained out of the 56?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what the actual number is? Because I mean, that's 40% of your students had to repeat a year.
Right.
That's
That's what
pretty
I'm saying.
high. So you're saying that's not the number, but
I don't have the ability to fact check that number at the moment, but I can get that. My apologies. This format wasn't the format that we intended to be a part of. It was our understanding that we would present the school improvement plan. We didn't know that there would be a question and answer session back and forth from the board, so I was not prepared to engage in one. But to the best of my ability, I'm trying to do that, but I do not have the finite information.
got it. Yeah, just a question. I think this is the information we got, so
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
going off of the information we
understand.
have. That's the only thing I have to go off of, and so it is helpful to know if that number is right or wrong, because I was pretty shocked by 22 out of 56 students being retained, and so I don't know where at the point, I don't know where do I find truth in? I don't know what that number is. Do we have
I
that
can-
online? Is it reported somewhere? Dr. Scott, do we know if that number is correct or not? Yeah, we can come back. I would love an answer to that, though, because I think that would be really helpful. And then, I mean, because I think a lot of the numbers were going off, right? So the other one was 29 of your 56 students were level 1. Does that sound about right?
That's, yep.
How transparent are you being with your families about these scores? Like, are you checking in with them on, obviously, like, it's, we know as a school district how hard it is to bring up a grade up and a grade, right? Like, so much happens in a student's life outside of just a test. We know that. Right. Are you working with these families to help on some of these scores? Like, how, like, what's going on there?
One thing I don't come in here trying to present is that we have it together. I think the communities that we serve don't respect you when you come in fronting, when you come in flogging, when you come in playing games, and I use it as a battle cry. Come on, mama, I need a kid here early. We're at school, we can't be playing. We ain't got time to be we ain't got time for you to be taking your time while my baby's late. So I'm constantly using it as a battle cry for us to be able to do better. I'm not saying we're proud of that scarlet letter, but we are not in any way hiding it from anybody. How can we? Our parents aren't, they on the phone all the time. They know what we are as far as the school grade is, but they know who we are and what we are granularly as well. So no, we're not deceiving parents, and we're not hiding that grade from them. We have no credibility if we do so.
Got it. Yeah, I similar to Member Ferrand, your projections here of where you are today to where you want to be, even in your aggressive or average growth. Well, those are historical numbers. If you're able.
No, ma'am. If you look back historically, schools that have gotten Fs that next year they've gotten Bs or As even because the learning gain component. When you're in our communities, right? If you're in Windermere, if you're in College Park, if you're in the affluent areas, then you're getting kids that come to you reading at or above grade level typically.
Yeah,
right?
We understand. We have a lot of those schools as well.
To your point, it's with the learning gains. If we can get enough students to be able to grab all of our learning gains, then that's where we eat. That's where if you look at the numbers when we got to B, that's where we meet, because we're getting kids that are 1 and 2 level grade levels below, and we're moving them. We're giving them a year's worth of instruction for a year's worth of school, and we're moving them in those ways. But our numbers have dropped so that percentage-wise, it hurts us bad, and it looks bad, right? And we admit to that. So how do we do that? We try our best to recruit, even in this environment where it's a difficult proposition. Yep. And so schools do it all the time, go from an F to a B, F to an A.
They do, but when we talk about an improvement plan, there's a lot of outcome-based recommendations that we hear, right? So when I look through one of our improvement plans for a lot of our schools, even though we don't have at this grade these types of schools, we have really outcome-based recommendations. A lot of your recommendations that you brought up here, I mean, it's a one-sentence improvement of what you're doing. You're improving communication, you're aligning curriculum. I don't see that kind of improvement plan, like that level of deep detail when you actually are trying to improve. We're talking like really specific intervention, MTSS. And so I think one of the things I was trying to read this was really trying to get to the question of what are you doing at the very detailed level to improve the student outcomes. Yes, and there are things that are proven to help these students get from one point to another. We've had schools that were this low, and we have schools in these areas in my district, a lot of Title I schools as well, that have a similar population that we're talking about. They don't have these grades. But when I look at the improvement plan, the level of detail and how robust that is a little bit different than what we have here today. And so I think I hear a lot of things where you're saying, we're going to improve communication, we're aligning curriculum, which sounds nice, but I worry that with the goals you're giving yourself, you're going to need a lot more detail to improve that. And so that's my biggest concern. I think we don't see ourselves, every choice serves a purpose for families. And I think this district's always really good partners with our charter schools and folks that provide choice. We know we are not the right answer for all families. But we're also in a tough place. Later on today, if you stick around, there are schools out there that are Title I schools that have a grade B by the similar standards that I'm looking at potentially consolidated and closing. And that's a hard place to be when I'm looking at something like this. And we are telling families we're going to try our best. And so to the degree of why the format today, we have questions because this is our job. Our job is to have families have transparency into the performance and outcomes of all of the schools.
Yes,
and so we just have questions. We don't know your school as well as you do. Right. So the questions that we have are they're not tricky questions. I really do want to know if 22 of your 56 students were retained. I don't know if we have the answer to that or the accuracy of that number yet.
I'm so sorry.
Dr. Scott, do we get clarity on that?
I'm sorry, I was working with the team to see where the differences were, and it appears that our OCPS team does drop information into each school's transfer file, but this information didn't come directly from the file. It's a possibility that the school configured their own information. And one thing I do want to point out is that one thing with our department, with the school choice department, we can guide them through the creation of the SIP, but because we're not we do not, because they're independent, we cannot provide information as to what they need to do to succeed, if that makes sense to you.
I was just wondering just the number. Is the 22 retained? Is that our number? Is that their number? Is that a real number?
So according to the, are you on page 6 by any chance, or early warning systems?
Yes, page 6 and page 7, correct.
Current year 25-26, the indicators would indicate that retained students would be 14. As opposed to the 19 that are listed.
Okay, 14 instead of 19, and then for year 24 to 25?
The students retained 2 or more times would be 20.
Retained 2 or more times?
Yes.
Or
so that means if they were somewhere else, not necessarily at this particular school, but this is what the indicator would show based on the information.
Got it. Okay, so 20-ish students were retained 2 or more times out of 50-ish.
I'm not sure if that's, just like she spoke with the 2 or more times, that could have been in the history of the student's academic career, whether they were at our school or not. And so the first number that you asked about, if you allow me to do my own research to.
It would be helpful. If we can, that would be great. I think it's hard where we just get some of these numbers, and I think I'm just trying to contextualize. And so thank you very much. Next up, we have Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I just had one follow-up question. And it kind of goes to that transparency piece that we were talking about. In the school improvement plan, it talks about the stakeholder involvement. And it says it asks to describe the process for involving stakeholders in the development of the school improvement plan that we're reading right now. Mm-hmm. And in your answer, it says that the school, hosted parent meetings where they invited teachers and community members to review the school-wide data with specific emphasis on subgroups who are not making adequate progress. And I was just wondering, when did those meetings occur?
We typically, I can't give you the exact dates, but as a Title I school, we have to have deliverables to the Title I office that encourage us to have meetings, and so I can get that information back to you. But those meetings, we take advantage of those meetings to be able to elicit parent input so that we can, make change. So I don't have the actual dates before me, but I can get that back to you if you need it.
That's great. And I'm just wondering, when you have the meetings and you're sharing the data, the scores, for example, ELA achievement for your school is, significantly underperforms both the district and the state. How are parents responding to that?
I mean, it's different depending on the type of child that you have. We have board meetings where parents come as well, and we have these conversations. And so the parents are on the ground. They understand what we're dealing with. It's not something that we look and lull in, but there are different conversations depending on the difficult achievement type of the student that the parent has.
Okay, so I guess I'll just end by saying I just want to confirm that you are having multiple meetings per year for community members and parents where you're sharing all of this data,
Definitely.
Information, and performance with
Definitely.
them.
Definitely. Our school grade is on our website.
Well, I know it's on, there's a lot on your website, but I just want to make sure that you're having in-person meetings with community and they're seeing all of this
Yes, ma'am.
information.
Yes,
Great,
ma'am.
thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Vanos. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Who serves on your SAC committee? Like who's on your SAC committee that helped create the SIP plan?
We don't have a SAC committee as a charter school. We have a governing board, so we don't have a SAC committee.
Oh, you're not required? Charter schools aren't required to have SACs? Okay. Well, that answers that question because I was just curious.
Yes, ma'am.
So in looking at your proficiency, I guess I was really hoping to see a more in-depth information in this SIP plan that would make us a little bit more comfortable that this year you're going to actually be able to grow the bottom 25%, because right now you've declined in ELA and math this year. Your proficiency is 20%, and it reflects a 9% decline from the previous year of 29%. Your learning gains in ELA is 31%. This reflects a 24% decline from the previous year's learning gain in percentage of 55%, and it's the same direction in math. So I'm really looking for some confidence that we're midway through the year, like the Friday's it. We're halfway through the year. What are your numbers showing currently in your PM2 that would lead you to believe that you'll be able to correct this by the end of the year? What is your PM2 showing you?
Yeah, we're seeing gains. We're seeing positive gains. We just took that last week, so we didn't have the ability to be able to disaggregate that data for you by this meeting. But we're again, nobody's more motivated to see our school grade go up than us, right? As Dr. Scott says, if we get an F this year, we're closed. We go away. So, yeah, there is an available building for those schools of hope if we don't do good this year. So we're internally motivated to make sure that we're doing what we do well. And additionally, I would have you know that the state approved our school improvement plan. This school improvement plan has to go through a process that takes it up to the state level for corrections, and they've seen it. They've made corrections to it, and they've approved it. And so
they approved it with flawed information, though, because you just said that some information in the SIP plan isn't correct. So did they approve a SIP plan that did not have or portray accurate information?
What I said was, I didn't say that. What I said was that there's a mistake possibly in one item for that school, for that item. There's a mistake in one item of the school improvement plan. That document is approximately 43 pages long. It's very labor intensive, and we are human beings. And so forgive us if there's a mistake in the school improvement plan.
No, I understand. We all make mistakes. So the building, who owns the building? Did taxpayers pay for that building, the school?
No, ma'am.
So you don't receive PICO funds or any funds for capital dollars at your school?
Oh, we've received capital outlay funds, but when you get a grade of F, you no longer qualify for capital outlay funds.
But did you get them before you received an F?
Certainly, capital outlay funds, yes, ma'am. Okay. And according to the capital outlay plan, those dollars can be used for a number of things, not just the building. They can be used for transportation. They can be used for online resources. They can be used for a number of things.
Who is your sponsor? Who's the overarching company that owns the land?
We don't have anyone. It's independently run by our governing board.
Who bought the building? Who paid to build the building?
The building is a former. We're grassroots, ma'am. This
Okay.
isn't a big. This isn't a big. That building might look good on the
It does
on the
look
slide.
good. It does look good.
That building used to be the Center for Drug-Free Living.
Okay. And you just retrofitted it?
Yes, it was retrofitted.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'm really hoping, for the sake of the 50 students that attend your school, that
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
able to turn this around, because at the end of the day, they're all our students. And every student deserves a high-quality education. And I need more than what I saw today to ensure that you guys are providing a high-quality education for those students. But I do have tremendous faith in our school choice office and Dr. Scott in particular. So I know that she will be on top of it to help you to ensure that those students get the education they deserve. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Okay, Dr. Vasquez?
And thank you so much for coming before the board. We do recognize that you are facing many challenges, and you've put together a plan to help address those. But I do think if the chair will allow me to call on our general counsel, I'm not quite certain that our public is aware how much control
Or lack
our
thereof.
board, correct, our board has. I mean, there were some things that were mentioned as part of the plan, and the state did approve that. So if you don't mind, have our general counsel really lay out the role the board has.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. I was about to ask for that, for the benefit of the public. All right, what's that about?
Apparently, I grabbed the mic.
Oh,
My bad.
okay.
Sorry. No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, for the benefit of the board and the public. So by all means, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. So there is a very prescribed statutory provisions that deal with this situation that we are in. Under the statute, director or representative of the governing board of the charter school that has earned a grade D or F, they shall appear before the sponsor to present information concerning each contract component having noted deficiencies. The director and the representative of the governing board shall submit to the sponsor for approval a school improvement plan to raise student performance. Upon approval by the sponsor, sponsors us, the charter school shall begin implementation of the school improvement plan. The department's the Department of Education that I'm referring to, shall offer technical assistance and training to the charter school and its governing board and establish guidelines for developing, submitting, and approving such plans. So the state has a responsibility statutorily to review their school improvement plan, to offer technical assistance to them in how they complete the plan, and ultimately say yes or no that this plan passes muster. So the state has, and in my conversation with Dr. Scott, state has in fact done that with respect to this plan. So the sponsor, you all technically still are going to have to approve the plan. It's not going to be here, we don't take action here, but you all are going to have to approve the plan. And then remember, there are specific statutory provisions dealing with the grades that charter schools get, right? So if a charter school earns, first of all, if they earn 2 consecutive Fs, as everybody said here, that is automatic closure under the statute, unless there is some exception, and the exception's not going to be applicable here. And then it talks about if the charter school earns 3 consecutive grades below a C. So let's take, for example, if you had a D, an F, and a D, that provision would kick in. The charter school governing board shall choose one of the following corrective actions. Contract with for education services to be provided directly to students, instructional personnel, and school administrators as prescribed in state board rule. Contract with an outside entity that has demonstrated a record of effectiveness to operate the school. Reorganize the school under a new director or principal who's authorized to hire new staff, or voluntarily close. So even if this school gets 3 consecutive grades less than a C, it is their choice on whether they contract with like an education services provider, think Academic Charter Schools USA. They could get a new principal or new director, but we still would not have the authority to close them for those 3 consecutive grades being below a C. That is statutorily prescribed. In the old days before the passing of this provision, we could do that. We cannot do that anymore. And okay, I'm almost done, and then obviously I'll answer questions. It's just the way that the statute has laid out. And also remember, if you all were to direct the board, or to direct staff, hey, we want to close the school. We think that we have basis within the contract to do it. It's a 90-day notice period. So this school would still be in operation for another 90 days. Most certainly, given the statutory provisions that say they get to stay open unless they have 2 consecutive Fs, if we were to close it, the state would immediately come in and overturn us on that through an administrative hearing, in my view. So we have the responsibility to approve the plan, but basically, since the state has approved it and given the statutory provisions that prevent us from closing in the situation, it really does tie our hands with respect to what we want to do. So, or what could be done, excuse me, not that what we want to do, I apologize for that, but what can be done in this situation.
If I can ask, you
Yes.
made a statement that we are going to have to approve the plan. That could be interpreted 2 ways. We're going to have to make a decision on the plan, or regardless of what we think, we have to approve the plan.
So with the way I'm reading it, there wasn't the technical assistance back in when this provision was initially adopted that the state would provide to essentially say, yes, this is how you write a statutorily compliant school improvement plan. Back in the olden days, this would just come to the board would say yes or no. And if the board said no, that could potentially lead to an action where you close them. Now it's a little bit different statutorily, but they left the language in that says the sponsor has to approve the plan.
Okay, so I'm still back to, generally, somebody would take that language to mean that if we don't, then something happens. There's other times when you come to us and you want to put language in the policy, and it's basically, thou shalt put that language in the policy. Okay, you don't have to approve it, you will do it. So that's what I'm trying to figure out, is the language now mean that regardless of what the board believes about the plan, whether it's compliant or not compliant, that we shall take action to approve it? Or is that?
I completely understand the question you're asking, which is, could you all, as a measure of saying we don't think the plan is sufficient, deny the plan? Yes, you could.
Okay.
Would that lead to the consequence of the plan's not approved, we therefore now move to close this school? The answer is no.
I got that part. I was just trying to understand if the board has no discretion other than to approve it, that we need to know that. But I hear what you're saying. Here's now one other question that I have, and I'm not sure if this is for Dr. Kia Scott or who, but, and I apologize for stepping out. I did try to follow as much as I could in the next room, but the grade I for 23-24, is incomplete? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can
Yes.
you or can you explain why there's an I? We have a D, an I, and an F. So
based upon information shared with our RMS team, the school tested 93% of the students, and you need to have 95% in order to qualify. So because they did not have the correct percentage, they have an incomplete grade.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay,
Right.
so this is not about you. I mean, and by the way, the questions that we ask everybody. We really, we're not singling you out. We do ask questions. I understand the difficult situation you're in because you didn't realize there would be questions, or you would have, and if you would have been more prepared, or if you knew what the questions were, you'd be able to answer them better. So I recognize that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The rubric given was that there would be a 10 to 15 minute presentation and for us to present our plan. I'm just wondering how we got to the point of closure. A school improvement plan is to improve a school. And we're here at the DS talking about the possibility or the opportunity to close us. I would rather
And
you.
We're not.
Okay.
We're not.
Oh,
No, we're not.
It feels
talking
like
about-
that.
Huh? No, we are trying, the decision we are making is whether we are going to say that we believe the school improvement plan is sufficient and complies with the requirements of a school improvement plan.
Yes, ma'am.
If we don't feel that right now, that doesn't close your school. But what I have heard is if you get 2 Fs in a row,
Yes, ma'am.
that's not us either. That's you and the state. And this is outside of you. I am trying to understand if I were operating a school and I was on the verge of getting an F, or maybe I got an F last year. Again, I'm not talking about you. I got an F last year. And this year, I'm looking and I'm thinking, I'm going to get another F and then I'm going to have to close. So I don't test all the kids. And so I get an I and I don't close. That could happen. The way
It could happen.
that could happen. This is just like this state doesn't have.
Right. So
Go ahead, Dr.
if I'd like to have either Ben or Michelle come to the podium and just explain the I, which was the 93% tested, and the components that contributed to that.
Okay. And again, I'm not talking about in your situation.
I
I'm just trying to
understand.
figure out, does the state not have that figured out?
So the percent tested calculation is based off of the number of students who are enrolled in the school during the Survey 3 count and the first day of the assessment window. And we look at all of the subjects that those students are required to take. Oh, still going up.
I'm just trying to get it closer so we can hear you better.
Great. The percent tested calculation is based off of the students who are enrolled in the school during the Survey 3 window and the beginning of the assessment window. So that kind of defines the student population that you're looking at. And then those students will have a set of required assessments based off of their grade level. So for example, 3rd graders are required to take the state's ELA assessment and mathematics assessment. 5th graders would take ELA, mathematics, and science. So when you add up all of the required tests and all of the tests taken, that's how you get to the percent tested calculation. And you have to have 95% or more to receive a school grade. If the percent tested is below 95%, typically schools will submit an appeal to have their grade released so that they can receive a school grade. But that release is at the discretion of the Commissioner of Education. There's an appeals process that goes back and forth after the initial grades are released early summer.
Okay. I think that my questions we should take up at a separate time because, again, it's not germane to your operation. I'm just trying to understand kind of the rules separate. So I have one other question. I listened to the majority of it. I did have to step out for a minute, but the board can either take an action today. Is it also possible because they were not prepared and understanding the level of questions for them to come back to the board?
So, first of all, just want to make sure we're in a work session today, so the board's not taking action.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's
Thank you,
okay.
Mr. Palmerini. Perfect.
I do think you can have our staff communicate with the school and say, hey, there were some things identified, for example, in the numbers weren't correct within the plan regarding how many students were retained. I think you can have them bring back, correct numbers to you all to make sure that everything is properly reported. I do think you can say, have staff work with them to beef up the areas that you've talked about here with regard to how you're going to improve the level of performance, what specific steps you're going to take, and bring that back to this board if you all aren't satisfied with the explanations you have gotten today.
Okay. Yeah, because, one of the things that I heard, and this was Member Salamanca, is the generality of some of the items. And anyway, I just wanted to, I'm going to go to other board members, I just wanted to get some clarity in terms of what options are available moving forward. So let me go back to Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, John, I do have just a couple of follow-up questions. When this comes before us to be approved, since there are inaccuracies in the SIP, can we ask them to go through the SIP one more time to ensure that there's no inaccuracies before we approve it? Because I'm not going to approve a SIP that we know for a fact does not contain accurate information.
You may absolutely ask them to correct inaccuracies.
Okay, and then contract renewal. What authority do we have under contract renewal if they receive I know if they receive an F, that they're shut down. But if they receive an I, first question, is there a penalty for receiving an I from the state? And the second question is, if they receive an I, what authority do we have on the contract renewal? Can we just renew it for a year? Can we not renew it? What would be under our authority?
All right, so this is going to take a little history lesson just so we can see exactly where we are. This school was initially approved in 2016. They received a 5-year contract through 2021. Now, when we were doing the renewal period in 2021, that was right in the middle of COVID, so we couldn't have the site visits that we needed to do and the review that we needed to do. So we did a 1-year extension through 2022. We then gave them a 5-year contract in 2022, so we are going through 2027. Okay, so they are a year and a half. Yes, it's a year and a half before their contract is up. What authority do we have on contract renewal? It's the same as contract termination under the statute. They are the same exact standards. One, failure to participate in the state's educational accountability system created in 1008-31 as required, meaning they don't test enough and they purposely don't. Like if there was a finding, and I'm not saying that the school did this, but I'm using this as an example. If we found that they purposely told kids to stay home, to not test, that would be a failure to participate in the state system of accountability. That would be a basis for non-renewal of a contract when it came up, or termination. Or it says failure to meet the requirements for student performance stated in the charter. So let's say we took a look at them at the end of 5 years and they've had 2 Ds, 2 Fs, and an I, or 2 Ds, an F, and 2 Is. But you look at the underlying student data and you look at it and it doesn't look like they were going to get an A, B, or a C even if they had tested enough. That would be not meeting the requirements of student performance stated in the charter. So that's the kinds of things we would look at when we're going to do a renewal of their contract or not.
Okay, thank you, John. And then do we get a penalty if we get an I? Like, do schools get like a penalty from the Department of Education?
That I'm going to have to turn over to Ben and his team, because I don't deal with that on an everyday basis, and they would know better than I would.
Yeah. So as far as a penalty for the I, it depends on, there are a couple of things that are at play. So usually, as I mentioned, you go through an appeals process and receive a school grade. Through that appeals process, part of that is identifying the reason why you didn't receive 95% tested, and then identifying areas where the school would make changes to ensure that you reach that percent tested in the future. That kind of opens up future conversations with the state potentially if there's additional concerns in multiple years. But typically we only have, it's a rare occasion that we see those incompletes coming through. It's a very small number of schools that impacts.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again for being here. And I certainly do hope that the gains that you saw in PM2 show huge improvements by the end of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Vanos?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Principal Lumpkin, just a question. Have you ever been involved with another charter school in this same area?
Definitely.
And what, is that charter school still operating, or what was the outcome of that charter school?
I think we're going into matters that are outside the scope of the school improvement plan. I would like to keep these matters relegated to the statutory requirement for us being here, if that's possible.
Well, just because you're the principal, I'm just wondering, is the school still operating or not operating anymore?
Which school? No, it's not.
So the previous one that you were at is not
And I was
operating
not the
anymore.
principal of that school.
Right, but were you involved with it at all?
On a consulting basis,
Got it.
Right.
Thank you so much.
non-paid consulting basis.
Thank you, Member Banos. Vice Chair.
I'm still getting used to that. Apologies. So on the process that was just explained up here around when you get an I, there is an opportunity to do an appeals process because there might be some benefit to getting a grade. Did you guys do an appeals process or plan to do an appeals process?
I put the screen back up to the history of our academic performance so you could see the dates of our grades, right? At the time we received an I, we had a D, the grade before that, and before then we had a B. There would be no advantage for us to be able to seek to not test students. There would be nothing that, in terms of a negative impact, that could have harmed us in way of what's being hypothetical situation, right? And so we take great pride in if we wear it, we earn it, right? If we do it, we claim it. So we're not up here trying to create any slick strategy that would get us to be able to stay around. If we get an F and under the rules of charter school law, we go away, then we go away. And it's as simple as that. So
Yeah, and I'm not insinuating that you did anything to get that I. I was just curious if you ever appealed that I to actually clarify a real grade. Like you
No.
said, there's nothing to lose
No.
to get a grade, and you're happy to stand by whatever grade you get.
Mhm.
But you did not appeal the I. Is there a reason you
No.
didn't appeal the I?
we just chose not to.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you.
All right, I don't see any other comments from board members. So at this point, we will move on to our next item. I would encourage you, with the questions that came up in the data, to take a deep dive into that. And if you'd work with the team here, I think that would be helpful. So there's some concurrence on what the actual data is before we see you again. Please go ahead, sir.
Of course, in all measures possible, we take the district suggestions as directives, right? But I want to add before I leave the podium, we went from a school improvement plan being approved with the idea of what we can do to better a school, to talking about the avenues to close a school, to talking about my involvement in other schools. It's disheartening because there are not people running over in that area looking to be able to work with that pupil population from an outside perspective, right? And I'll just say that I look forward to the opportunity of being back before you here next year when our school grade comes out, so that we can have the same type of discussion regarding our outcomes then. All right. I thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you. And let me also clarify, though. I think
Yes, ma'am.
that's important, but I also want to make sure, I think Vice Chair spoke to it. We've been good partners with our charters. There's a lot of school districts that you can't say that about. And
I agree with that. Your
Yeah.
office is wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
They're absolutely wonderful.
And we have one goal, and I think you have that same goal, and that's to improve our students' performance, to improve their lives.
Right.
And so we are not sitting here today because we want to figure out how to criticize or undermine your work. That's not what we want. We want to make sure that our students, whether they're in our classrooms or your classrooms, have the best opportunities. And that's
Madam Chair,
the motivation of each of these questions.
Madam Chair, I appreciate that, but I doubt when the schools in Orange County receive 3 grades lower than a C, that they're talking about creative ways of closing those schools. I doubt that when schools in Orange County get an F, there are hypotheticals that come up to being able to close the schools that sit in the neighborhoods that your constituents love, value, and have went to. And so forgive me if I don't feel the same level of confidence in your statements that I'm receiving on this side of the panel. Again, I appreciate everything you guys do for kids in this county, but it just makes my mouth go dry that we're at this point in this discussion at this moment. We're willing to submit to Kia and them to better our school improvement plan. We're willing to invite you out. We're not hiding. We're not in any way in a situation of confrontation with you guys. We want to be here and we want you to tell us if we're not doing it right, and we want to get it right. But it's just disheartening that it's come to this in this form. Yeah, I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Member Felder, you recognize?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say I didn't have an opportunity because I wanted to just listen. First of all, I'd like to thank you for coming and presenting the information regarding your charter school, but I just wanted to kind of say something in commentary to what you said about the area and the trouble and the hardship. This is my 6th year on this board and the 2nd year of my 2nd term on this board. And as a teacher of 40 plus years in Orange County Public Schools, I recall very vividly the Molly Ray Mercy Drive area. I taught drama there to children who were a member of the PAL Center some 20-some years ago. And those students I taught were from the Mercy Drive area, and they were exceptional students from that area in the arts, even though the environment may have not been conducive for artistically inclined students, but they danced, ballet, and did drama for me for a whole summer. And I also just want to say that that area is a diamond in the rough. And I know that from lack of a better word, or potential, I know there's talent in that area because I know of a fact we have a cabinet member who was a principal that turned Molly Ray round from an F to an A in a year. So I know the potential is there. I know the teachers that are coming to the area to work there, they work very hard. And I know that things change, trends come, and it may not be the same. So I do want to encourage you to continue your fight to work, but I also want to just remind you that this is really not a hard hill to climb. It's strategic, but it's not hard. It's not hard. And also, I want to let you know that as a board, we know that we have traditional schools, but we also, children who are in charter schools also belong to us. And we want the best. And since that area is my area, District 5, where the talent still does reside, I want to encourage you that this is not a wash your hand, but I also want to just sort of remind you, and I think you've been reminded, that this is a board of educated and loving women who want the best. And we will do our best to work with you, because very few people are going to public education, whether it's traditional, charter, private, they're just not doing it. You got to have a love to come into public education, and we applaud you, but understand that in the applauding, that we're very serious about the desire for success, and we're going to encourage you, and I believe you're going to do your best. But understand that we want the best, and we will always work toward the best. And I just want to just put that disclaimer about that area, because, again, we're celebrating a season to ask the question, is there anything good can come out of Nazareth? His name is Jesus. Is there anything good that can come out of the area where your charter school resides? Yes, it is, and yes, it can. Thank you, Chair.
Understood and appreciated, madam.
Thank you. Member Douglas.
And I just wanted also to say a word about this. I was a teacher at Molly Ray. As a matter of fact, my principal is sitting out there right now. She turned the school from, I think it was from a D to a B or an A school. So the kids, all our kids have talents. We just have to find where the talent resides. Right? Okay, so I just want to say that we all care for each child, doesn't matter where they come from, and we all know that each child has something. They are gifted. We have to find what the gift is about and where it is in order to really work on it and make it emerge and become who they want to become later on in life. So I just want to say, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for coming here. And we're looking forward to seeing you in a year. Let's see, and just amaze us. That's all we want to see, right?
Yep, that part. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And just a closing comment. I believe you were talking about declining enrollment at some point, and we do understand what that can do to outcomes, depending on who's leaving and who's staying. So the numbers don't always reflect the realities when you have changing population in your school, and especially declining. So anyway, I just wanted to acknowledge that I recognize that challenge as well that you
Thank you,
alluded.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, we look forward to seeing you again, and I do look forward to the continued working relationship. We are all in this together. We really are, sir.
Thank you kindly, and happy holidays to you all.
You too. All right. Are we ready to move on, and maybe we take a break after this next? Okay. I believe we are on, 4.03, School Improvement Plan Review in Progress for UCPS Downtown Charter School. Dr. Vasquez, you're recognized.
So I'm going to turn it back over to our staff. I think that members of UCP are ready to present.
It's so cold. It's freezing. And then I'm going to let you go ahead. Here's a mouse if you need it.
Okay, again, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. This afternoon, representatives from UCP Downtown Charter will present their school improvement plan. Florida Statute 1002.33, Section 9 and 1 requires charter schools that have earned a grade of D or an F to appear before the sponsor to review noted deficiencies to be addressed in the school improvement plan. School Choice Services Department ensures all charter schools required to submit a school improvement plan respond to all pertinent components and adhere to required submission deadlines. As an additional measure of monitoring schools with schools improvement plans, they have 2 additional site visits to review progress and implementation of the SIP, totaling a total of 4 of site visits. The School Choice Department, with support of the Strategic Improvement Department, work closely with UCP to finalize revisions and the approval and submission of the school improvement plan to the state. In November 2025, all school SIPs were published by FDOE. All OCPS SIPs are scheduled to be considered for board approval at the January 13th, 2026 school board meeting. Today, Principal Nieves and Dr. Eileen Wilkins will present the specific information for UCP Downtown.
Good afternoon, school board members, and I'm Dr. Eileen Wilkins. I'm the CEO and superintendent of UCP Charter Schools, and we're going to do hopefully a short, sorry. So just give you a little bit of a background for those who are not as familiar with UCP. We are a network of charter schools. We have 8 schools in Central Florida, 6 in Orange County. UCP Downtown Charter School was one of our first charter schools back in 2001. So we're going to be celebrating 25 years next year, which at that point we were only an ESE pre-K program. And we have grown since then. Now we serve about 2,100 students in Orange, Osceola, and Seminole. And in Orange County, we're our own LEA as of 2016. UCP Downtown Charter School, we serve about 250 students from infants through 5th grade. We also have an early childhood program as part of that, which also includes VPK and pre-K ESE. And UCP Downtown is probably one of our highest support need students in our network. 72% of our students are ESE students, with 85% of those students, 85 of those students, sorry, not 85, actually 85%, sorry, are with the highest support needs. And that's basically using kind of the ESE matrix of support needs. 80 of our students have behavior improvement plans, 92% are free and reduced lunch, and 88% are minority. We come to you a little bit differently than you're probably used to. Since 2018, as a high-need school, we were in a dropout prevention concept. We have been receiving what's called a school improvement rating. School improvement ratings are based on learning gains of students. Since those ratings began, we have been what's called maintaining, which basically means we're making effective learning gains. Obviously, during COVID, we didn't receive a rating. As some of you may know, OCPS beta program was co-located with that school. The definition of co-location means that if you're in the same, address. So we had, as some of you may know, there was 2 buildings there. We had rented half of one of the buildings to OCPS beta. Unfortunately, last year, OCPS beta did not have, and I think you heard about the cell count concept. So there wasn't 10 students in that cell count to have complete learning gains. So they were ineligible to get a SIR. They've also been receiving a school improvement rating. Florida statute says that if a school is co-located and one of them is not eligible for that SIR, both of them then go into becoming a school grade, which is based on proficiency as well as learning gains. So even though UCP, it was OCPS's beta's cell count, both of us then became subject to that and got a school grade. And as I think you all know, OCPS beta students are high need students also. So between us, we weren't able to kind of pull it off to have the proficiency and the learning gains. So thus we both received an F. We did appeal together with OCPS. And because the schools were co-located, they, even though, as you know, you all were totally separate entities, they did not accept our appeal. We did look at our data ourselves, was confirmed data. If we had gotten a SIR like we should have had, we would have had a maintaining score. And to be honest, our data says that we were only 3 points away from being commendable. So yes, we have an F, but there's nothing, and you guys are nodding, so I think you understand. It was not really our F, and it wasn't Beta's F, but it is a state statute, and so we are here to present to you what our school improvement plan. All schools, UCP charter schools, we do school improvement plans for all of our schools, and so we are presenting this, which also was presented to our parents as well as our staff. So I'm going to let Principal Nieves take it from here.
If I could, I'm sorry, if I can interrupt you. She is. I didn't know if you had a question in terms of understand. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I apologize. One of our board members
hit
pressed
their
the
button.
and
Okay.
I thought they were maybe wanting clarification on what you just
Yeah, and if anybody has any questions on the co-location or the piece, I can do my best, and I think somebody behind me
Okay.
probably can do better than I can.
All right. Well, if we do, we'll come back to it. So go ahead. I apologize for interrupting your presentation.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members and Superintendent Vasquez. My name is Teresita Nieves. I'm the principal at UCP Downtown.
And she's nervous.
Yes. So our SIP is very detailed, but today I just pulled our areas of focus and went through what our goals are for each area. I do have some data backing up why I chose those goals. I tried to make reasonable, attainable goals as well and I'm very proud of the growth that our students made this past year, so I might touch on that as well. Our first area of focus in our SIP was for subgroup ELLs. We had that's our biggest subgroup that was not performing. When I came in as the principal last year, I looked at the data for ELLs and I saw that this would be a really good area for growth because I also looked at cross sections of how these kids lined up. So a lot of our ELLs also are students with disability, are also in the subgroup for Hispanic, are also in the subgroup for economically disadvantaged. So I thought this was a great area to start to make a difference. And we made learning gains, huge learning gains with our ELL students. So I was really proud of that. I want to continue that. So our goal is to make 63% of our ELL students in grades 3 to 5 show learning gains in ELA as they continue to work towards proficiency. We have an ELL schedule for tutoring where they get pulled, and then we also have a push-in schedule where they also get tutoring, and we use Performance Matters. We're also, I didn't put it on here, we're also using Spire. Our tutors have been OG trained and trained on Spire, and we also use SIPs. So, and they've been trained, and I've attended the trainings as well, so that we can all be not just on having it implemented, but then monitored as well. We're using Performance Matters and EasyCBM to monitor them monthly, and we have MTSS meetings where we talk about how they're doing. Do we need to switch some kids out or add students to the group or perhaps change their schedule to meet their needs? Our second area of focus is instructional practice and ELA. 55% of our students made learning gains. I was very, very proud of that. Our goal is to have 59% of our students show learning gains in ELA, also working towards proficiency. And our interventions, we have certified teacher tutors that are doing push-in and pull-out intervention for our students. We looked at the data for PM1, well, PM3 from last year and then PM1 this year. To revisit the groups, we will be doing the same thing for PM2 to see if we have to add any students or move students around in those groups. We use guided reading and leveled literacy intervention using SIPS, OG, Rigby Readers, Freckle, Spire. We have phonics-based instruction within the classroom. We have the structured literacy piece through HMH. And the push-in intervention tutors, as I said, are certified teachers. And we progress monitor. We are using Performance Matters now this is new for us this year, to have them test on the Performance Matters platform in order to be able to monitor their data and make database decisions school-wide. We also look at STAR data, so our students not just take the FAST, but they also do STAR all the way through 5th grade. And then we're using EasyCBM for that short cycle data on standards to make sure that they're getting what they need from those interventions. And again, we talk about it at MTSS meetings. Our third area of focus was in professional learning. Last year, I started part 1 of the training of Hattie's high yield strategies to improve proficiency. I am nervous. To improve proficiency through learning gains. In our part 1 of Hattie's high yield strategies trainings, we focused on 4: clear focus, through a classroom setup checklist, offering over instruction through direct instruction, explicit, and gradual release. Student engagement through the use of graphic organizers, and then giving feedback through data chats. That was part 1. We did that all year. We monitored for that. When we go in and do observations, they also get meaningful, non-evaluative feedback on the use of those strategies, aside from their regular evaluation And then so part 2 this year will focus on multiple exposures through student choice activities, getting students to work together through Kagan strategies and cooperative learning groups, building student self-efficacy through building on student strengths, and having students apply their knowledge through project-based learning. We will monitor that through weekly walkthroughs, and we document it using our observation platform, which is Bullseye. Our 4th area of focus is instructional practices in mathematics. 40% of our students made learning gains. Also very, very proud of that. I just sidebar here, when I presented this data to the teachers at the beginning of the year, they were even surprised that of the progress that they made, but more importantly, when I presented it to the parents, they actually clapped because they were so happy about this growth. Our goal is to have 43% of students show learning gains in math as they work towards proficiency. We'd like to see this 3 percentage point increase across the board for all of our goals. We also have teacher tutors that are doing small group pull out and push in interventions. And we have small group instruction for problem solving in order to help the students understand not just the foundational skills, but the actual application. We also use HMH we have streamlined for our curriculum, so they're all HMH products. And we're using Performance Matters, STAR, Freckle, IXL, and again, monthly monitoring meetings to review effectiveness of intervention. Okay, our last area of focus is a positive student learning environment, specifically for student attendance. All of our well, not all, the majority of our students have outside care providers. Some of them go out for therapy, although we do have medical therapy and charter therapy available at school. Many parents do take their children out for ABA therapy and other types of therapy, so there is a large amount of students that leave either early or don't come on certain days. So that's that big number of why we have so many absences. My goal for this year is that 50% of the students will have less than the 90% attendance. I know that sounds like astronomical, but given our population, there's a reason why they go out. And I'd like to point out that we have several students that even though they leave, they made learning gains. And I'm very proud that they are making those learning gains even though they're having to leave to do interventions. One of the things that we're doing in order to increase attendance is to have more student school events, both during the day and after school, to encourage the parents to come out and be at our school. And we're implementing a house system where they can earn points for attending different things, so we're really excited about that. And I think that's it. If you have any questions, I'll take them now.
All right, Member Ferrant, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you both for being here. Thank you. This is really what I was looking for in as far as depth of what are you doing, what are your goals. Definitely super helpful to understand the why behind the F grading, and because that was one of my questions, but I'm glad that was answered. What is it called? Maintaining, because I was curious what the maintaining meant. But if anything, I think what I'm seeing out of this is that you have taken this and said, okay, let's laser focus. We can't maintain in a sense. I know that you weren't maintaining, if you will, always trying to improve. But I feel like this has really helped you to see, okay, what could we do even more? How could we push even more? Because even though your students do tend to be more the ESE population, every child, and this isn't just your typical child, like ESE student. I visited, it's amazing the work that you're doing. And these students aren't just your average kid with maybe just a dyslexia or maybe a typical learning difference. These kids have a lot of needs that are medical needs and whatnot. So I appreciate the information you gave. A couple questions that I have. How many students do you have that are ESE versus like general ed students? And do you take gen ed?
We do take general ed students. Right now, it's 75% of our school is students with disabilities.
That's right.
And then I know it says 80 for the BIPs, but we're almost at 90 with meetings that are coming up. So students that have behavioral concerns, that have behavior improvement plans.
Yes, okay. And then what was last year's enrollment, or is there, I was just looking at, let's see what page this is.
Last year, I believe I was at 232
232.
at one point.
Okay. So just,
Member Fern, just to clarify that, we serve children in our early childhood program, so that number also includes our early childhood, not just our what we call charter FT number.
okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but both of those increased from last year.
Wonderful. So you still have the childcare program?
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. So we start at babies and go up through pre-K, and then we obviously have kindergarten. So we have some
wonderful.
students that are VPK, some school readiness, and then, of course, we also have the pre-K ESE students.
Okay. That was one thing, I really loved that part of having the two schools,
Yeah.
the co-locating.
Yeah, it's a wonderful thing for our staff that have babies and et
Yes,
cetera. so.
yes, absolutely. Okay, that's interesting. So my question then would be, okay, so page 8 and 9, I know it's showing that one is the prior year, current year and prior year. What, it seems like there's a big difference in enrollment. Like, so okay, so we have the enrollment for the 25-26 is 143. But then the 24-25 doesn't show an enrollment, and absent 10% more days, which I completely understand the why behind it, but it's saying 78 for the 25-26 and then 38 for the 24-25. Is there a reason there was like more, or just it depends on each kid
depends.
and each situation?
Sorry. Yes, I noticed that there was an increase in the absences from one year to the next, but it really does depend on what therapies they have. And sometimes parents make decisions, like they'll say, I know that they're getting this here. For example, they'll get charter and medical, but my ABA agency wants me to go 2 or 3 days a week, and we're going to start taking him there. So it really depends on what they're choosing to do and what therapies they take.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
as you unfortunately know, that state statute now says that that's considered Dr. Vasquez is nodding too, yes. It's unfortunately, it's an excused absence, so we really can't. The other factor at their school is, the high percentage of kids with medical needs, so there is definitely more medical, surgeries, things like that as well.
Well, thank you. Really, thank you for what you're doing for this community and for these students. It's really phenomenal to see. And I really hope, from what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from you all, I feel like you've taken this opportunity instead of feeling, I'm sure it was frustrating in the beginning, but I think you've taken it and said, okay, what can we do to just show that we are improving and help our parents to see that we are giving the best that we can to your students. So I thank you for your time here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ferrant. Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the results that you showed, those were fabulous, by the way. The increase in the testing, were those from PM2? Where do those results come from?
The results that I was showing were from our actual PM3 from last year. So how we would have been graded on the SIR. At the beginning of the year, I present that data to our teachers to, start the year, and to our parents. So that data was from our PM3.
Okay, and is that following this year, like your PM1, your PM2? Are you seeing the same data, the same results?
PM1
is always hard.
There's a lot of red, yeah. But we have seen more like blues and greens in on the Florida reporting system in PM2, actually more than we saw last year. So that's, the systems are in place now, so we're starting to see the results faster. So that makes me happy.
Okay, good. Well, I like your SIP plan. I think it hits all the marks. I like the details of it. And with the programs that you're using, they're known, they're evidence-based, they're great programs. I have faith in UCP. You guys have multiple locations, and you've always done a fabulous job, and I've toured a few of them. So I I'm confident that you're going to have the results that you seek. So thank you for being here today.
All right, thank you.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I echo a lot of what was said. Thank you so much for walking us through the plan and how in-depth it is. You serve a population that I think is one of the reasons why we, as a district, do love to collaborate with our charter schools, because choice is important and every student has very different needs. And you understand that deeply for the population that you serve. And there are things that ways you can show up that maybe we have more restrictions on or supportive. And that's why we like to work together. And sorry, I wasn't quite clear on the co-location thing. So I understand that it ended up being because the co-location, we're here today, but is it because one grade brings everybody into the same thing? Just explain that a little bit more.
So I will do my best, but like I said, I don't know if the OCPS
I just make
accountability
sure I
president is here,
have a
but,
good understanding.
I guess one thing I should be clear is that, as you may know, OCPS has relocated, so that co-location issue in the future won't be an issue.
Got it, okay.
But essentially, from our understanding, is if one of those schools did not meet the requirements to get a school improvement rating, and in this case, because OCPS Beta did not have the 10 students to meet the cell count, so they weren't eligible. So then we both become now only eligible to get a school
Got it,
grade.
okay. It was the criteria for making it.
Yeah,
Okay, that makes
exactly.
sense. Thank you for clarifying
Yeah.
that.
And
I wasn't
John, I
aware
don't
of
know
that.
if you know if is that it?
But thank you for bringing this. Saw the numbers. I love all the evidence-based improvement. It sounds like you're on the right track, and I'm a big fan of the work you do. I hear great things from families all around, and so really excited to keep supporting how we can and working together. So
And we do want to, obviously Dr. Scott and Ms. Dole and all the rest, but the ESE department, and frankly, we've got great partners all around, and Dr. Gesundheit and I, collaborate all the time, and we talk, and so we're all here for the right reason, and I think Member Farron said these are all our kids,
Yes.
and not everything fits the same child. We have some ability to do some things that you all can't do, and you all have some ability that we can, and so it's great that we have that partnership, 25 years.
Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair. Member Gallo, I think you've already spoken, correct? Yeah. Member Banos?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I just want to say, I think a great application of charter schools is when a charter school meets an unmet need in our community. And I feel like that is what you're doing at UCP. So I just want to thank you, first of all, for the work that you are doing and serving our students with special needs in such a great way. I'll be quick. I'll just say I really appreciate your transparency. I appreciate you ensuring that your parents know exactly what's going on at the school. And I think that's so important. I don't think that happens all the time with all charter schools, so I appreciate that you're doing that. I appreciate your detailed plans. And this was all said, and just recognizing that this was also sort of that first year of the testing, and so I really look forward to watching these improvements in the future. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Banos. Member Douglas.
Thank you for being here, and I thank you so much for serving our students with disability. I mean, your numbers are great for what you do. Thank you so much for taking that treasure out of these wonderful kids and bring them into a different level academically. Thank you so much. I have never visited UCP.
We invite you to visit
anytime. I
anytime.
will definitely come and do that, yes. A question, so just to understand very carefully, you got a grade of F because you did not meet the requirement of the co-location? Is that what it is?
No, we got the grade of an F, and OCPS Beta also got the grade. We got to share that lovely gift because OCPS Beta did not have 10 students that they tested last year.
Okay.
So then we both had to go together. They put our data together essentially, and then they measured it on a different standard than they would have if we were just a school improvement
That's
rating.
a little bit what I meant.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that impacted the grade that you
Yeah,
got,
yeah.
right? Exactly. So, yes, that was my question,
Yeah,
really.
even though, again, we're not, I mean, we were physically together, but not.
Right.
Anyway,
So it did
we
impact
tried the
the grade.
appeal, and it, you know, they didn't understand it, so.
Okay. So I'm just I just want to imagine, what would be your grade if this did not happen? What do you think?
It would have been maintaining, and we were 3 points away from commendable, which is the highest rating.
Wow.
Yeah, so
Wow.
it's,
That's amazing.
it's,
That's amazing.
yeah, so, and Beta, I'm pretty sure they would have been maintaining at least as well.
Okay,
So
so thank
it's,
you. That was the question that I was
So,
asking.
I mean, again,
Thank you so much for
it's unfortunate,
clarifying.
but, and again, we do
unfortunate.
appreciate that your philosophy is what ours is, that is every child can learn, and, you know, children learn differently, and, you know, we have to start maybe here, but we keep on moving forward.
Thank you so much. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Member Douglas. All right, no further questions from board members. We appreciate you being here. Look forward to having you back. Thanks. All right, are we going to take a break? Okay, all right. What time is that? Good, I'm fine with that. 15 minutes? Okay, perfect.
Like one baby waiting for me.
Aw.
You want to go to my right?
Thank you.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We are back in session, and we are going to pick up with 4.04, the impacts of declining enrollment and space optimization strategy. Superintendent, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This afternoon, you will hear from various members of our team regarding the impacts of declining enrollment, factors contributing to declining enrollment, specifically the impact it's having on our financial outlook, our ability to offer programs and services to our students, and some recommendations our staff has based on those factors. You will also hear responses to some of the questions that were asked from our various community meetings. You will see that there were trends across all 7 meetings. And then we will share with you our attempt to optimize the use of space within our buildings. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Dr. Harold Border.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. We're here today to share with you about the impacts of declining enrollment and our Phase 1 space optimization strategies. I'm joined today by Senior Director of Student Enrollment, Stacy Neal, Senior Manager of Stakeholder Feedback, Michelle Negron, and Senior Director in the Strategy Office, Ben Allen. Our agenda today includes information about declining enrollment, how sites with declining enrollment were selected for other considerations, the trends from our 7 community meetings, Phase 1 space optimization strategies, and our next steps. Declining enrollment is an issue facing not just Orange County Public Schools. It's also happening around the state and the nation. Declining enrollment is resulting from several factors. The national vital statistics from the CDC indicate the lowest birth rate in U.S. history in 2024, and one that has been declining since the Great Recession, except for a 1-year increase post-pandemic. However, the current fertility rate of 1.6 expected children per woman in their lifetime is lower than it was even during the pandemic. According to the Education Data Collective, birth rate peaked in 2007 before the recession, meaning that those students either just graduated or will graduate this year. This comparison is 4.5 million students nationally graduating from schools versus 3.7 million 3-year-olds. This equates to 25 students exiting for every 21 students entering across the United States. Keep in mind, when there is a decline in birth rate, that creates a ripple effect for years as smaller class cohorts progress through grade levels. During our growth years, as we build new schools, we also invested in modernizing older schools in long-established neighborhoods. But student enrollment in those established areas depends heavily on housing turnover, whether our older families sell their homes and younger families with school-age children move in. Unfortunately, some of our communities have struggled to maintain enrollment due to shifting demographics, economic pressures, and housing market trends. In fact, some neighborhoods have been experiencing enrollment declines since 2018. School choice is another factor. The expansion of Florida's Family Empowerment Scholarship, the state's taxpayer-funded vouchers for private schools, or homeschool. FES has significantly impacted our incoming kindergarten numbers. Additional choices include homeschool, which encompasses micro schools, which are now estimated to enroll 3.1 million students and growing. Private schools, which enroll over 4.7 million students nationally, and charter schools with nearly 4 million students enrolled nationally. Open enrollment and possibilities in other school districts, and the incredible choice options we have within our county for families. The traditional neighborhood school is now at the highest level of competition for students. The sunsetting of temporary protective status for immigrant groups by the federal government has also had an impact. For example, this year, about 1,200 Venezuelan students have left our schools. The combination of these factors leading to our declining enrollment is concerning because with fewer students comes less funding. This affects not just our numbers on a spreadsheet, but the resources, staffing, and support that we can offer our students and our schools. On this chart, you'll see historically, OCPS has experienced exponential growth. Back in 2010, as we recovered from the housing market recession, our district was among the first in Florida to experience a residential boom. For nearly a decade, we welcomed an average of 3,000 new students each year. To support this growth, we built new schools in rapidly developing areas. That was right up until the pandemic in 2020. We rebounded slightly just after the pandemic, but are now seeing a more alarming trend. This school year, we saw a decrease of 5,900 in students, which equates to 3.2% of our population. But in the last 3 years, that decline is more than 8,600 students, or 4.6% of our total population. In comparison, across the state, Miami-Dade has lost 13,000 students this year, Broward County nearly 10,000, which is far more than the 3,400 they had anticipated, and Palm Beach County, which historically hasn't experienced enrollment declines, has lost the same number of students as us. We estimate a $41 million loss this year, and that is a conservative figure. Once the final FTE, full-time equivalent numbers are confirmed, this deficit may be even greater. Because funding is tied to students, declining enrollment impacts our ability to staff and operate schools, offer a variety of courses and programs, and the ability to maintain existing facilities. OCPS is committed to ensuring that all of our students, regardless of which school they attend, have access to robust programs, enriching experience, and a high-quality instruction. However, when schools serve significantly fewer students than they were designed for, it becomes financially challenging to offer the full range of academic programs, extracurricular opportunities, and specialized support that our students, staff, and families deserve. From a budgetary standpoint, there are fixed costs associated with operating a school, including the salaries of our administrators, support staff, custodians, and security. You also factor in utilities and maintenance costs. The average cost to run an elementary school in Orange County is $1.3 million. For a middle school, it's $2.1 million. The district has a responsibility to use its building, staff, and financial resources efficiently so that every dollar can support strong teaching and learning at every school. As we've been working to address this issue, the district has explored a range of possibilities for schools experiencing low enrollment. They fall into two categories: program redesign and consolidation. Program redesign includes possibilities such as microschools, internal choice expansion, and grade configurations, which will be discussed later in the presentation regarding phase 1 of our school space optimization strategies. Consolidation involves reassigning portions of a school's attendance zone to nearby schools and repurposing the original school building for different use. If we move forward with consolidation, we will use thoughtful criteria to guide our decisions, including the following: history of declining enrollment and projections that show a continued decline, the proximity of our students to nearby schools to minimize additional travel time, the age and condition of the facility to avoid repurposing recently built schools. We'll carefully evaluate any special programs at the school to prevent undue hardship when relocating services. Our goal is to ensure that any change puts students and families first and are made with the utmost care and transparency possible. I'll now turn the presentation over to Senior Director Neal, who will share about the site selection process.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, Dr. Vasquez, OCPS staff. The site selection process took into account many factors, including current enrollment and 10-year trends. Sites to discuss with you today are Bonneville Elementary, Chickasaw Elementary, McCoy Elementary School, Eccleston Elementary, Orla Vista, Meadowwoods Elementary, and Union Park Middle School. Bonneville Elementary is the first slide. This slide shows historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 938, represents the school's permanent capacity, or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 368, is the current enrollment, which is more than 60% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in the 2021-22 school year, the school had 601 students. Looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will remain under 400 for at least the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment to essentially break even, which is 680 students, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Bonneville Elementary has been and is projected to remain well under this level for the foreseeable future. When schools serve significantly fewer students than they were designed, it becomes financially challenging to offer the full range of academic programs, extracurricular opportunities, and specialized support that students deserve. It also requires shifting resources away from other sources to help sustain those schools. Bonneville Elementary School has long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment, despite being on the open capacity transfer list. The facility needs a comprehensive renovation, and the neighboring schools are newer, with Eastlake being built in 2005 and Columbia built in 2007. The school also has the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity of the nearby schools. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which includes considering potential bus routes and walking routes. The next slide for Chickasaw Elementary shows historical and projected enrollment data for this school. The line at the top, 888, represents the school's permanent capacity, or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 503, is the current school's enrollment, which is more than 43% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in the 2018-19 school year, the school had 656 students. Looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will remain in the 400s and 500s for at least the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment to essentially break even, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Chickasaw Elementary has been and is projected to remain well under this level for the foreseeable future. Sorry. The next slide. Sorry. That's not on here. Finally, no, that's what I'm seeing. Chickasaw Elementary has a long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite being on the controlled open enrollment capacity transfer list. The neighboring schools are newer, with Inglewood being replaced in 2017 and Deerwood in 2019. The school also has the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity of nearby schools. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which include considering potential bus routes and walking routes. Eccleston Elementary School's enrollment, and on this slide, shows the historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 684, represents the school's permanent capacity, or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 334, is the current enrollment, which is more than 51% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in the 2018-19 school year, the school had 542 students. Looking to the left, projections indicate that enrollment will decline into the 200s and 300s for at least the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment, once again 680, to essentially break even, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Eccleston Elementary has been and is projected to remain well under this level for the foreseeable future. Eccleston Elementary School has had long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite being on the controlled open enrollment capacity transfer list. Eccleston was rebuilt as a smaller school designed for 684 in 2013 as part of an effort to consolidate Richmond Heights Elementary School. Neighboring schools also have new facilities, with Ivy Lane being replaced in 2017 and Washington Shores in 2014. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which includes considering potential bus routes and walking routes. McCoy Elementary. This slide also shows the historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 834, represents the school's permanent capacity, or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 462, is the current student enrollment, which is 45% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see the 2018-19 school year, the school had 580 students. And looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will decline into the 300s for the next, or at least the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment to essentially break even, 680, meaning their FTE, also revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that McCoy Elementary has been and is projected to remain well under this level for the foreseeable future. McCoy Elementary School has a long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite being on the open capacity transfer list. The neighboring schools are newer, with Shenandoah having a comprehensive renovation in 2008 and Ventura being replaced in 2017. The school also has the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity of nearby schools. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which includes considering potential bus routes and walking routes. Now, Meadowwoods Elementary School. This slide shows historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 837, represents the school's permanent capacity or the number of students this building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 516, is the current enrollment, which is 45% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in 2018-2019 school year, the school had 775 students. Looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will decline into the 300s for at least the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment to essentially break even, 680, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Meadowwoods Elementary has been and is projected to remain well under this level for the foreseeable future. Meadowwoods Elementary School has long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite being on the controlled open enrollment capacity transfer list. The school has also the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity of the nearby schools. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which includes considering potential bus routes and walking routes. Orla Vista Elementary School is next, and this slide shows historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 735, represents the school's permanent capacity or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 435, is the current enrollment, which is more than 60% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in the 2018-19 school year, the school had 602 students. Since then, enrollment has steadily declined, and looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will remain at 600 or less for at least the next decade. The red lines you see is the necessary enrollment, 650, essentially 680 to essentially break even, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Orla Vista Elementary has been and is projected to remain under this level for the foreseeable future. Orla Vista Elementary School has long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite being on the controlled open enrollment capacity list. The neighboring schools are newer, with Ivy Lane and Oak Hill both being replaced in 2017. Orla Vista also requires a comprehensive renovation in 2026. The school also has the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity compared to the nearby schools. We also had to consider here how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which includes considering potential bus and walking routes. Finally, Union Park Middle School. This slide shows its historical and projected enrollment data for the school. The line at the top, 1478, represents the school's permanent capacity or the number of students the building is designed to serve according to state guidelines. The orange bar in the middle, 565, is the current student enrollment, which is more than 60% under capacity. Looking to the left, you'll see that in 2018-19 school year, the school had 782 students. Since then, enrollment has steadily declined. And looking to the right, projections indicate that enrollment will remain at 600 or less for the next decade. The red line you see is the necessary enrollment, 850, to essentially break even, meaning their FTE revenue balances with expenses, including district allocated programs and positions, as well as operating costs. You can see that Union Park Middle has been and is projected to remain under this level for the foreseeable future. Union Park Middle School has long-term historical decline in enrollment and is projected to continue to have low enrollment despite also being on the controlled open enrollment capacity list. The school has the greatest gap between enrollment and capacity of nearby schools. We also had to consider how potential consolidations would impact the geographic distribution of students, which include considering potential bus and walk-in routes. I will now turn the presentation back to Dr. Border.
Thanks, Stacy. We also conducted 7 community meetings between November 12th and November 20th, during which we utilized thought exchange to capture the questions. Our Senior Manager for Stakeholder Feedback, Michelle Negron, is here to share the results of those meetings.
Good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. As Dr. Border stated, a thought exchange was utilized to capture questions from stakeholders at each meeting. 7 trends emerged. Stakeholders wanted to know why their site over others nearby. Stacy has shared with the board all the factors involved in this process, including historical declining enrollment, being on the open capacity transfer list, and large gaps between enrollment and capacity. There is a desire to know the timeline for a final decision. We informed stakeholders that they would know by the end of January regarding any decision for the 26-27 school year, and that we would answer their questions when we return to meet with them. Staff wanted to know about their employment status if consolidation were to occur. We shared that we would work with both CTA and OSPA on this process. We are already working on this and will share this once that is finalized. Families wanted to know about student assignment and transportation for next year. If the board approved continuing forward, we will have a rezoning process and share information at upcoming meetings. There was an interest in knowing about special programs and supports and how those would transition. We have been working with our ESC team to ensure programs are relocated with all supports and even more in some cases. Finally, there was a desire to know how updates would be provided. Upon board direction today, we will schedule additional meetings. And I'll turn it over back to Dr. Border.
Thanks, Michelle. Our next area to share with the board this afternoon is phase 1 of our space optimization strategies. The district currently faces challenges with space optimization. These issues are compounded by regional, state, and national demographic trends, policy changes at the state and federal levels, and an increasingly competitive ecosystem with multiple parallel educational systems. I'll now turn the presentation over to Senior Director Allen to share more of our Phase 1 space optimization strategies.
Thank you, Dr. Border, and good afternoon, Chair Jacobs, members of the board, and Superintendent Vasquez. In the face of these challenges, the district is pursuing a multi-pronged strategy to optimize space. We have several objectives in mind for this work. First and foremost, we want to ensure that students have access to the highest quality program offerings. We also want to maximize the number of available seats that are used by students, and for the school board and district to maintain control of long-term capital assets. To the extent that we can also accomplish secondary objectives while meeting these goals, we also seek to lower our overall operating cost ratios, build neighborhood networks of support, maximize facility efficiency, and account for growing areas of the county. Our strategy for optimizing space includes two main areas of focus: managing space and fostering student enrollment. Our space-based activities fall into one of three categories, which are removing unused space, converting open classrooms to other instructional and operational functions, and adding space where needed. We're also focusing on student enrollment through new efforts to enroll students in the district and retain those who currently attend an OCPS school. All of these actions align with our OCPS 2030 strategic plan, and specific connection points include working together with our community to empower students, which is part of our mission, engaging and investing in communities, and ensuring efficient and fiscally sound operations, both of which are commitments, and ensuring that OCPS remains the top educational choice for Orange County families, which is our key performance indicator number 3. Our first phase of the work focuses on how we are using space. We are working on details around this plan, and we'll also share those details as we get deeper into those specifics. To remove unused space, we are first looking to reduce the number of portable classrooms. We have over 1,000 portables in use across the district. Some of those are more permanent than others. Some portables are used as instructional space during construction. In other cases, portables are used to keep grade levels together. And to the extent possible, we will look to move instruction into empty classrooms within school buildings and remove portable classrooms. We are also planning to convert unused classroom space to support a variety of functions. Given the district's focus on professional learning communities, we believe it's important for teachers to have dedicated spaces for collaboration and planning. This may mean converting unused classrooms to planning spaces and equipping the room to support professional collaboration. We are also looking at rooms as potential office spaces for itinerant instructional staff. Many of those employees currently have offices in other spaces, such as former learning community buildings or other ancillary buildings, but they travel to schools nearly 100% of the time. We would like to move their work location to places that make the most sense for the employee and their work. Additionally, we are looking at organizational units in schools that might move to different buildings to better accommodate their needs. Rather than engage in new building or comprehensive renovations at existing sites, we can leverage our building inventory to more efficiently and repurpose and use the different spaces we have available in our ancillary buildings. Finally, we are considering opportunities to further partner with nonprofits for added benefit to support our communities. Our space optimization strategy is happening alongside other work designed to support OCPS 2030 and to continue to make OCPS the top choice for Orange County families. We're engaging in place-based learning, which helps build neighborhood networks of support and create cradle-to-career pathways. We are supported in this work with the William Julius Wilson Institute, which developed from the Harlem Children's Zone. We also want to continue expanding high-quality OCPS-led choice offerings. This includes adding microschools into our schools and creating national models of school choice excellence. We are working to implement a third-party, privately run set of microschools in 3 to 7 of our school buildings for next year, and as we have discussed in previous meetings, to convert the old Cherokee Elementary to a school of arts and entertainment. Across the district, we are also looking at options related to grade configurations. We currently follow a K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12 model in most of our schools, with K-8s at some of our schools and a few other grade configurations. We're reviewing options to determine if that is the best approach to continue in the future, and we are also looking into the possibility of regional attendance and transportation zones for school choice. These conversations are long-term discussions and are just at the beginning phases. Thank you for the opportunity to share our Phase 1 plans, and I'll turn the presentation back to Dr. Boarder.
Thanks, Ben. If the board decides to continue forward with the recommendation for consolidation, we will conduct community meetings at all 7 sites between January 14th and January 22nd. We will conduct 2 meetings at each site, one with staff and one with the community. We will reiterate the rationale, respond to questions that came from the community meetings, share specificity regarding the staffing process, rezoning, transportation, exceptional student education services, and how schools will welcome new families and staff. I'll now turn the presentation back to Dr. Vasquez. We look forward to questions and discussion with the school board. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the team. Appreciate all of the work that was put into the presentation. First and foremost, I want to make it perfectly clear that this has not been an easy decision. Our team has been looking at enrollment trends for over 3.5 years, noting the sharp decline we shared as a result of various factors, including the taxpayer-funded voucher system. We have had most of these schools on the open enrollment capacity transfer list for several years, which allows any family that chooses to send their child to one of the schools on that list will be able to do so without transportation. We have worked with our principals on campaigns to share about the great things that are happening in our schools. And I want to be clear, most families do choose public schools. Over 80% of the families in the state of Florida are attending a traditional public school. However, we have now come to the point where we can no longer continue to subsidize the dollars needed at these schools that are significantly under-enrolled based on the capacity of their building. So we were presented with a choice to either look at consolidating schools in order to be able to continue to provide supports, programs, and services to all of our children, or look at reducing the number of programs and supports at these under-enrolled schools. One at first glance might say, well, you know, we really love our school, and we can run the school maybe without an assistant principal, without a guidance counselor, without a media specialist, just to name a few of the positions that we would need to look at eliminating. However, that would put those schools in further decline or offering more opportunities for families to leave because those services would be available at neighboring schools. And so today we present to the board the recommendation to consolidate these 7 schools based on the various factors that were presented and allowing us to move forward with the rezoning process. If the board gives us direction to begin the rezoning process, we will go out into the communities. We will share the results of this meeting. We will answer their questions about why their school was selected, the impact, all the factors that were considered in the decision, and then we would be able to share with them what the proposed schools would be as part of that rezoning. Additionally, we, as was mentioned, we have already begun to have conversations with both Classroom Teachers Association and OSPA. We would continue to meet with them to finalize the process of how we would look to reassign staff. And then we would also meet with the affected employees as to what that process would look like. Again, this was an incredibly difficult decision. We no longer have the dollars to continue to subsidize those gaps, and so we are faced with a very difficult decision. And board members, we are ready to take your comments and additional questions you may have.
Thank you, Superintendent. Let me start with Vice Chair Salamanca.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Superintendent, for those remarks and clarifying. I think we've been having some conversations, and it has not been easy conversations for any of us because all of the board members up here have schools that are impacted as well. And we've been spending time with our communities. We've been hearing. I have a lot of emails about Chickasaw and McCoy in my inbox that a lot of folks have received as well. So I have a couple of questions today here. Some of these that staff has answered for me already in meetings, but important questions that I also have received from community and parents and families that love Michael McCoy. That is the elementary school I went to. So it is really unfortunate that my time on this board results in me closing the elementary school I attended. I do not do that lightly. It is a really difficult decision as someone who benefited deeply from all the history that school holds. But a couple of questions that I've received. One is on the why now. As we saw in the charts up there, there has been declining enrollment in these schools. That gap there has existed for a couple years now. Obviously, some of these had some relief during COVID. Why are we doing this now? And if we did know that this capacity was below, why didn't we communicate it as much to the families for that? Many of them felt that they could have done more to save their schools if they knew that this was where we were heading.
That is a very legitimate question. And so the reason that we are looking at it currently is because we no longer have the dollars to subsidize all of those schools. And so if we choose not to consolidate, then when we begin our budget process, which begins in January, we will need to look at the reductions in programs and services at each of those schools so that we are able to continue to run them. The second part of your question was why we had not informed the community. So we've been working with the principals of our schools for several years on declining enrollment. Each of the principals every year looks at their projected enrollment, works with pupil assignment or student enrollment on what those projections are. They also see their budgets. They see the history of their enrollment. They see declines or they see increases. We have also been working with our communications department for marketing so that they are able to do more to share the great things that are happening in the schools. That's one of the things that it makes this so much harder. In each of these community meetings, you hear how the schools are just an integral part of the community, and it is so hard because that's what we want for all of our schools. We want our schools to work with the families and being able to educate our children. So it has been shared, and we've been talking about the impact of declining enrollment for at least the last 2 years formally through work sessions, through some of the bargaining sessions that we have had, because it also impacts our ability to provide increase in wages.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think we know that this is a trend, which likely means that in the future, other schools could be impacted. One of my things that I did observe from these conversations with families is, to the degree there are any other schools that are directionally heading in this way, families want the opportunity to be recruiting other families in and being outspoken. I don't know that us here at the board having this conversation or our communications department working with principals is enough, because the best recruitment tactic for a family is to hear from another parent saying this school is incredible and you should bring your kids here. Understandable that there's transportation and all that, but what better leverage do we have as a district than our own parents and families who love their schools and right now feel like they did not have a chance to defend them long enough? Because I know that we are communicating with our principals. I know that we're communicating with our staff about declining enrollment, but our families feel blindsided that this just happened and that they would have done everything and anything to stop this from happening. And I feel for them deeply. I know that there's other timelines on budgeting, and we didn't have a heads up on a lot of the budget changes that occur. But I deeply do feel for their concerns and how they feel blindsided. The second question is a bit on the cost of a comprehensive or replacement of a school, right? So one of the reasons why we are choosing some of these schools versus others is because these schools have an upcoming comprehensive or replacement project, which means we renovate the school or we completely replace the school. What are the costs of that if we do it for each school? Because I know that that was a big point of why we wouldn't bring that in. You know, average is fine.
So I'm going to ask our Chief Facilities Officer if he does not mind coming up to the podium. So not each of these schools has a comprehensive project. Some of them do. They did identify the surrounding schools, which ones did have recent renovations as part of that process. And so I'll let Mr. Salambini speak maybe in averages of what if an elementary school is being renovated.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The average cost of a comprehensive or replacement.
Well, it does vary it varies fairly significantly. Our current, probably the project that's the most relevant currently, it's approximately $17 or $18 million for an elementary school comprehensive renovation. We have a 4-site project that the total is in the $65-70 million range, and that's construction cost. So that doesn't, and so you add about 25% of that. So
sorry, 17 to 18 million for a comprehensive or for replacement?
For a comprehensive renovation for an elementary school.
Thank you. That's really helpful. I think some of the, obviously we sit up here and walk through the budget every year and try to find as much as we can for teacher salaries, for programs. And if some of these schools are below in terms of revenue of how much we're getting per student, and on top of that, we know in the coming year or two, it's going to be an additional 17 to 18 million. It's really hard on the budget. So I do understand why this was a priority, and we were trying to move students in a direction of going to schools that we've already made that investment in rather than the other way around. So I do appreciate our team being thoughtful about this and not just seeing which ones are easier or not long term. I know that we're trying to be responsible of taxpayer money. We just went to the taxpayer and asked for a 0.5-cent extension for renovations and comprehensive over schools. I want them to trust us that we're using their money appropriately, and this is a really hard decision to make, but we are staying accountable to that. The other one, and I'll bring this up as a concern that I have in particular with McCoy, is grades. So in the case of Chickasaw, we have a school grade of a C. That would be going to Deerwood, which is a B school, Englewood, which is a C school. So we're about better or the same in terms of academic performance and programs. McCoy's a little different. We are thinking of Shenandoah, which is a B, and Ventura, which is a C, where McCoy is a B. I don't know what the other schools are, but I think there are concerns from parents when they look at a school grade, and currently being a McCoy, that's a B grade, and they're excited and love their school, potentially then going to a school that is graded below. I'm getting a lot of questions about what we're doing. Like, is the additional consolidation mean better funds for better programs, better services, academic? Like, what can they look forward to or hold the school accountable to that they're not being transferred into a less performing school academically?
Thanks, Vice Chair Salamanca. Great question that the community has on that. Certainly when our schools are closer to their capacity, that will enhance the student experience because we're going to be able to provide more for the student. More courses, more programs. That may mean more specials for the students in elementary school, additional resource staff that Dr. Vasquez spoke about earlier that we're currently providing and have been providing for some of the schools that we can no longer do, that tie into the student experience, well-rounded experience. Regarding the school grade, understand what they're saying. I would also say that We have incredible teachers across this district, support staff, and administrators who are all working very hard every day to do the best for our students. We have utmost confidence that if this were to go forward, all the students impacted at their new schools, that student achievement will remain a priority and that those schools will achieve at very high levels. This is the first time in the history of Orange County Public Schools that we have no traditional school that is a D or an F. And we have those same expectations for all of our schools. We also think it's important to note that a school grade does not encapsulate everything that happens within a school. There's much more to a school than a school grade. And in all of these cases where the students will be going, we have extreme confidence that the students will continue to be in great learning environments and have even more opportunity because of the capacity of the schools that will be reached as a result of this if it were to go forward.
Thank you. And very last question, and I'll call back around and let some of my peers some of this. Magnet schools. I've gotten a ton of emails of parents saying, can we turn our school into a magnet school to attract new families to have a say? Can we talk a little bit just briefly on that process and why that's not an immediate answer to this or not? I think families really do. I've gotten this question many times.
Good afternoon. So magnet schools, schools of choice, right? We have many different choice programs, magnets and academies that we've recently developed for this reason, to bring kids into schools and create an atmosphere of quality choice. So a magnet doesn't happen overnight. It takes a while to establish. If a school wanted to do a magnet, they would become a scholastic academy first. They build it from within, and now, thanks to this board, we have a policy that now an academy can recruit from even outside the district and from within the district, where before they had to do it within the school to develop and sustain. They had to demonstrate that the program that what they were wanting to create was sustainable, because magnet schools we don't provide additional funding for magnet programs. So it's usually a 2 to 3 year process in order to create a magnet program within a school.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was a little difficult on the timeline on that.
Yes.
And actually, very last question, is there a chance we could lose these facilities in the coming years if we're using them for non-instructional time?
Thanks for that question, Ms. Vice Chair Salamanca. So we have to soon declare to the state the utilization of our space, and that tied into the space phase 1 of our space optimization strategies. So we do have temporary plans for these sites. Should this go forward, one of those next steps for us would be to communicate with the board our plans for these existing sites. And we plan to utilize all of these sites for the benefit of our families and students across Orange County Public Schools. So we do have plans for all 7 sites to maintain management of our facilities.
Thank you.
Member Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I did not think in my time up on this dais that this is a conversation that we would be having and we'd be discussing, because 3 or 4 years ago it was all about teacher retention, teacher retainment, building new schools, and while in my area there has been no new schools in the 10-year CIP plan, it was kind of exploding elsewhere. And I think one of the reasons, to Member Vice Chair Salamanca's point about magnet schools, is that we've tried magnet schools we've tried everything we can with some of these lower enrolled schools like Union Park Middle, and it just didn't bring new people in. Whether it's the reputation that the school has, even though it's a wonderful school, it's a beautiful school with a great principal and great staff, it just didn't lure back in the students that we need to see, and that's what makes it so sad and makes me sick to my stomach. I have a couple of questions and then a couple of comments, but I would have, in this presentation, and I didn't mention it earlier because I'm sure you would have included it, but I would have loved to have seen the resides in the presentation, because usually when we do our one-on-one as school board member, we get to see the enrollment, and then we get to see the resides. And why the resides are so important is it gives you a clear picture of the students that are residing and can go to that school that are choosing not to. Whether they're choosing to go, in the case of Union Park Middle, to Arbor Ridge, which is a magnet school for 6 through 8, whether they're choosing to go to a fabulous charter school right down on University Boulevard, they're choosing to go to Renaissance, either on Goldenrod, Renaissance on Chickasaw. There's a lot of choices. And now with the taxpayer-funded vouchers, a lot of them are choosing homeschool because they can get $9,000 to homeschool their children. So we're not, it's no longer the question of can we do this and bring them back, can we do that and bring them that? Because I think we're all having those conversations, and we're all trying to be as innovative as we can to see what we could do to keep these schools open, because all of these schools are worth saving. All of them are worth saving. It's just we're at a point where families aren't choosing brick and mortar schools anymore. You're seeing Florida Virtual School enrollment go extremely high. You're seeing our own virtual school going really high. You saw the plans with the new art school where we're going to do a combination of Orange County virtual schools with the arts. It's just education looks and feels differently than it did 5 years ago, than it did 10 years ago, and moving forward, it's going to continue to evolve and to change. And I think that's why we're here having this conversation. But in the future, can we share the resides? Just because I think it is important for people to see. It's not, yes, enrollment's declining, yes, population is shrinking, but in some cases, the families that live there just don't want to go to those schools, and they're never going to choose our schools, or that school. I do have a question in regards to Union Park Elementary, Union Park Middle, because there are 2 large charter schools in that area, both Renaissance, one on Goldenrod and one on Chickasaw. And I think the Goldenrod has over 1,000 students, and the Chickasaw has like 800 students. I'm not saying this is going to happen. This is a hypothetical question, but if those schools were to close, what would we do? Would we have the ability to open back up Union Park Middle? Like what would we do in that instance? Because what I don't want to do is have to build another school because we've reimagined or consolidated a school. So what would we do in that instance?
So thanks, Ms. Gallo. If you don't mind, your first feedback that you had for us, absolutely. If we go forward and we go back to the community, we will reiterate that information. We decided it was probably too much for the slide today, but maybe not. But we had checkered blue boxes when we went out to the community the first time. And for all of these sites, we showed in that blue box, these are the students residing that are not attending.
Okay.
And we still were not getting to the break-even financial point. In some cases, still far away from the financial break-even point, unfortunately. So in this case, even all the students that reside in the area, if what you said were to happen, we still would not be in a fiscally solvent situation here at Union Park Middle.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, please.
Dr. Vasquez.
Do you have the numbers? You go ahead, because mine's on multiple pages.
So, for example, Union Park, students residing, you have 1,226 students residing. School students attending, 533.
Yeah. So less than half.
Yes. And then the top 3 schools for transfers, Renaissance, 100, Chickasaw, 176, Arbor Ridge, and Legacy for Union Park.
So even if all of those, something were to happen to all those schools, it still really wouldn't be enough to meet the financial solvency of Union Park Middle.
We would still be short students.
Okay. I think I want the community to understand why we're having these conversations and the importance of them, that none of us want to have them. But every student deserves a high quality education, and no student deserves to go to a school that doesn't have the same programs as the school down the street. That is not an equitable or an equal education. And every child deserves the same high quality education with the same high quality programs. And that's why at the heart of some of these very difficult decisions that we're making, that's the heart of it. What is best for students? What is best for the students that continue to thrive and go to OCPS? And at this point, what is best for students is the best possible high quality education, and the only way that we can maintain that is through consolidation, unfortunately. And some of this is through no fault of our own. We are doing everything that we can to be innovative, to bring back students. We're doing everything. We're throwing spitballs at the wall to see what sticks to get students to come back to our schools, literally. With Bonneville. So Bonneville, and I just want to point out that Union Park and Bonneville, when you looked at the 7 of the schools that were closing, the capacity gap was the highest at my 2 schools. Like in Bonneville and Union Park, the capacity, the gap between what they need versus what they have enrolled was the largest. But at Bonneville, that is truly a neighborhood school that has been there for forever. It's right behind my neighborhood. I pass by it every day going to work. And I know how much that community loves that school, and more than it just being a community school, it's a school that serves the community. It serves this community with the church across the street. It provides clothes. It provides foods. I was handing out food recently across the street from Union Park Elementary, and one of the pastors I met, and he was just really concerned about what are we going to do? What are we going to do to continue to serve that community, because it's so important. And I know that I've talked to Dr. Vasquez about it, but I want to make sure that as we move forward and we're looking at reimagining or consolidating those schools, that some of those important aspects of the school, that we figure out a way to maintain them, that we figure out a way to keep the closet, because Bonneville is they walk to it, right? So moving the closet to another neighborhood school, they won't be able to access it. It's too far of a walk. So I just want to make sure that we're preserving those type of community programs that are vital to that community.
May I?
Please, Dr. Vasquez.
Absolutely. Part of our plan as we were looking at the use of these facilities included reaching out to some of our partners, some of our local municipalities to see if we have the space, would they then have the programs and bring those closer to our families, that especially in some of these areas, they are not close to a lot of resources and support. So that is definitely part of our plan, that if we move forward, we'll be able to share some more specifics with the board for each of the schools.
Thank you, Dr. Vasquez. And I know that there's been questions in my community, because I do have a new community going up on 419 in Lake Pickett. It's going to have about 49 homes, only 9 elementary students, so it's not going to make a big difference one way or the other. And I've said from the very beginning that I wanted, when we go out into the community and we look at zoning, I want to have those conversations sooner rather than later, because if a family buys a home in a community, they want to know where their child is attending, and they don't like it when it's rezoned. It makes them unhappy. I also have the Grow that is right there in Lake Pickett, and it's going to be about 2,078 homes according to our predictions. And that's going to generate about 385 elementary students. However, that's over like a 10-year span. They're rolling out slowly in that community. So that's not going to bring us large numbers of students. And in the community meetings that I have attended regarding the GROW, I've been telling the community, because they keep saying, well, you'll build a new school, you'll build a new school. I'm like, no, we won't. No, we won't. I have enough room in all of it between my high school, my middle school, and my elementary schools. There is enough room to house all those kids. I could put those 385 kids at either East Lake or Columbia tomorrow, and there would still be room. That's just the position that we're in right now. So as we go forward, my only ask is this, that we're really transparent in these community meetings, not just with the parents that attend and the staff that attend, because I know they're anxious and I know that they're nervous, and we want to do everything to alleviate their nervousness. But I want to make sure that we're also informing the surrounding community, because I've been out with some of my fellow board members at some community meetings, and the community at large didn't know that this was happening. People that lived in that community, that homes are in that community, want to know if their home school is going to be consolidated, and they're not aware of it, and they'd like to have the opportunity to input. My other request is with the principals, when we look at moving or consolidating, that we really pull in the principals of the schools that we're looking to consolidate with them and make sure that they're part of the conversation, especially when I'm looking at Bonneville, which has ASD units, and those ASD units are going to have to go to different schools to ensure that the school has the ability to house those units, and that they're equipped to do so. And if not, to make sure, it's very important that we make sure that they get the resources. And I know that's the goal of all this, is so that we're not depleting resources across the line as we're doing right now, and to truly hone in on providing more resources. But just to kind of have those conversations out in our community. And I have other things that I know that will come to me, but I've talked for a long time, and I'd like to hear from my fellow board members, so thank you.
Thank you, Member Gallo. Member Feller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Again, most of us, you all have talked to us as individual board members, and, I expressed my immediate outrage, as Board Member Salamanca said about McCoy Elementary. Eccleston was my first grade school. There is even a picture of me the first day of school at Eccleston in first grade. Yes, but some of the things I was going to say, prior board members, the same kinds of questions I've had, like, can you turn it to a magnet? I'm so glad that Mr. Moody came and explained that, because that is not something that can happen overnight. And you all have thoroughly explained, but I'm going to come back again in case people are listening. We have surrounding schools, Orla Vista and Eccleston, and then we have that are this consideration of consolidation because of the lower enrollment. And then you have Ivy Lane and Washington Shores. And even when we looked at the numbers, even if we were to, we're going to have a transfer, they will still be under capacity. And which lets me know, and Board Member Gallo brought it up, that I guess I'd like to know the reside, because I don't think the public really understands that the reason we're having so much of a low enrollment, because people are not sending their children to the schools. And some years ago, maybe a decade ago, we had the finances to let schools still have the complete work and help that they needed, the services with 200 or 300. It's been years, I don't know how long, that Washington Shores has been under 500. It's just been, it didn't just happen. It's been a while, but we had money. There was not a cut in budget. We had to share. So I think if you could let us know that and understand the fact that one of the questions some of my parents and community stakeholders had about Eccleston was that, what about they have an ESC unit? What is going to happen? with those children. And again, I'll reiterate along with Member Gallo that when we consolidate and move, we have to make sure that they're going to get the same kind of help. Teachers are not overworked, and it's just a lot that we're having to deal with because those are some real concerns that they have. And I'll say this, but even we talked about it, we had a wonderful town hall meeting that the community where Eccleston resides, we've aged out. What that means for some of you that are listening, nobody's having babies. You know, we are at the age where we're grandmothers and great-grandmothers, you know, so I guess the age of Elizabeth and so forth, that time is gone. So we're not having babies at that age. But I'm sharing because I know it's humorous, but I want you to understand that that's a reality that we're having to deal with. Also, I just want them to understand that the challenges is not just with monetary money, but the fact that people are not sending their children to the school. So could you, Ms. Neal, what is the reside at Eccleston?
418 students.
And how many of them are going to Eccleston of those?
298.
290 out of the 400.
Yes.
What about Orla Vista?
You have 507 residing, 401 attending.
So that's not that bad, but it's still an issue. And with and even when we divide, we still, like if some goes to Washington Shores, some go to Ivy Lane, they're going to still be under capacity, right?
That is a possibility.
That's going to happen. So you've said, and the other board members have asked, and you all have reiterated and said that we're taking in strong consideration of our programs. You have the ASD program for Bonneville? And then at Eccleston, we have the ESC program that we're recognizing and knowing that they're going to need to have that same capacity to work those children as they move to other schools if that's possible. But again, I want to reiterate, we're going to have another town meeting, Superintendent, so that community can have some input. And one of my thoughts is that whatever the decisions that are going to be made, that the facility will still get the greater use for the people in the community, because I've said it before, but I'll reiterate it. Dr. Eccleston, the school is named after, he was a medical doctor, and he believed that children who had physical disabilities should still go to school with regular children. That is why the school was built, and he built what we call the Eccleston Cripple Home Children's Home. It was a hospital, so the children could get the physical help they need, walk right across the way, and go to school. So that building, that school, has a very rich legacy. And so I know that's a concern that many of my community members and stakeholders have, but I'm assured that with these conversations that we're going to have, Dr. Vasquez, that we'll give the community a time to bring the input, and we will again show the reside, show them the physical look of the students, and maybe they could do with, like Board Member Gallo, so we don't have to throw spitballs, but go out and grab the children. You know, talk to the parents, because by far, OCPS has great programs, and that which we are lacking, this is why we have board meetings, for you to come and share whatever concerns you have so that we can do better. But I know we have the best answer. I do. I'm a product. I did pretty good myself. I'm a product of OCPS. So I know it works. But I want to thank you for the information. It's so important for us to see the numbers, to understand what we're dealing with, and the fact that we're not sitting just trying to get rid of stuff. And I'm glad that we do have an answer. So I just wanted to share that. And I know that I'll get phone calls, because I have been getting them, and visits. People know where I live, and emails to try to see what we can do. But I look forward to our next town town meeting. That should be sometime in January. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Member Felder. And thank you for that wonderful history lesson as well. No, I'm serious. I think it's wonderful for the whole public to hear. And it reminds me, too, of how far we've come, that he was way ahead of his time, but thank heavens time finally caught up. All right, let me call on Member Vanos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to start off by saying thank you to all of the parents who have organized, who have spoken to media, who have done petitions, because it's hard on us. We have to make a hard vote, but I appreciate you because we need you. And just your engagement and the fact that you care so much, that you're willing to organize and help inform other parents is really important and really valuable to all of us. So just want to thank the parents out there who have brought their concerns to us. I'd like to follow up on a couple of issues raised by my fellow board members. And I think the first area that I have concerns about is just the communication piece, because I think we have to make hard decisions, and nobody likes to make hard decisions, and nobody likes to be the subject of the hard decisions. But I think, if people feel like they understand what's happening, it does make it better. So the first question that I have is I know the superintendent said that the principals have been in these discussions for several years. So the principals of these schools kind of knew that this was coming. Is that right?
We've had discussions around declining enrollment. We have not had discussions around school closures. And part of that impact, part of the decision to move quicker, because the board originally had conversations about this, I want to say it's been nine months at least. We were looking at it, and then we had the legislation that passed this summer for co-location, which impacts some of these schools, not all of them. And then we received over 50 letters, and that definitely brought this to a much quicker decision to bring it to the board. And we really would have liked to have another year so that the community could have had more conversations around it. I'll be honest, as I've evaluated the data over the last 4.5 weeks, I don't believe it would have moved the needle to the point that we needed to move it. These schools are significantly under capacity. Many of them don't have the students in the area that they need to be brought up to the level. Others have the students, and they have chosen homeschool, or they have chosen another alternative. So while we may have picked up a few more students, I do not see that for these 7 schools we would have bridged the gap to the point where we would have come back and say, no, that's the school that we would want to remain open. Additionally, our financial outlook is looking pretty bleak, and the board has consistently said that salaries is a #1 priority. While this is not the main reason why we have done this, we've said we don't have the dollars to supplement. This is going to bring about, I believe, almost $10 million recurring savings. So those factors greatly impacted our timeline and why the communication was not prolonged.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. There may be reasons for this, but I would think that like principals and teachers within a school would probably want to know this information first before the other families. Was everybody, did they know beforehand?
I had a meeting with all of the principals a few weeks before the community meetings. We met with all of them in the room in the back. And so they did know.
Okay.
We asked them not to say anything out in the community because we had not finalized the plans and told them that we would be setting the dates for those community meetings. Part of that was that we wanted to make sure that accurate information was shared. There's a lot of emotion around this, and if you have misinformation, that makes the process that much more difficult. But they did know, and all of the principals for the last 3 years have seen, as part of their enrollment calculation, as far as their budget and their recalc, if they are gaining, which there are a few that are, and those that are declining.
Okay. So they did know for the last couple of years that, really efforts needed to be made to go out into the community and drive up in enrollment for sure. Okay. Thank you for that. I also, and I'll touch back on a point you made, but there was a question about magnets and whether, these schools be converted into magnets. And I do have to say, we do have some very good examples of successful magnet schools in Orange County. And I think we do have great templates for what works, but I think what this really showcases is that, two things. When we have, wouldn't it be nice if we had an additional $211 million to invest in some new programs in these schools and see if we could pull back students? Unfortunately, $211 million is being diverted from our county to the taxpayer, funded voucher system. And to the superintendent's other point, it would be great if we had the luxury of time, but we're feeling pressure from the Schools of Hope and the co-location. So I know that that's not the cause, but it's putting pressure on us to make decisions more quickly than we would want to. Let's see. Also, wanted to follow up on something that Member Salamanca brought up about increasing sort of programs or having additional programs at schools. Can we expect in the consolidated schools smaller class sizes?
No, I wouldn't say you're going to have smaller class sizes because they're still going to be funded with the formula. What you would expect if we did not consolidate is higher class sizes at the schools that we would not consolidate, just in order to make up the gap that is needed between what we are supplementing and what they're generating.
Got it. Okay.
But there won't be higher class sizes at the schools we're consolidating because, the staff, like the teachers,
right.
I'm going to say follow, not literally, but we have X number of teachers for X number of students, so we still need those teachers.
Right. That's okay. Thank you. Then I also had a question on page 29. You talk about retaining the work that we're doing to retain students. And I know we talked at great length at our last school board meeting about recruiting students, but I'm just wondering what efforts the district is doing to retain students.
I can speak to some of that, Ms. Vanna. So, the board had the discussion at the last meeting regarding the efforts with CAISA that are being done to bring students back. But in addition to that, we market and showcase the great things that are happening in Orange County Public Schools. That's apparent at every board meeting with the celebrations and the successes of all of our students. As a parent of 3 kids myself, I can tell anybody out there listening, Orange County Public Schools is the best choice for your children in Orange County. And so, we continue to make those efforts every day to share with parents the great things that are out there. I've visited some micro schools, which that population is exploding. As I shared earlier, it's already up to 3.1 million students nationally, and that is exponential growth in the last 5 years. But visiting those sites, they don't offer what we have with extracurricular and co-curricular programs. So part of our phase 1 optimization strategies are to bring some of those what's referred to as boutique tier 1 experiences that parents get in a micro school into our schools. And then hopefully be able to get more flexibility in the future, as was discussed earlier today. If we're able to offer those choice offerings within OCPS and then combine that with the additional supports, extracurriculars and co-curriculars, I think that's something we're trying to accomplish as we move forward with the phase one of the space optimization strategies.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I add, and I don't know, is Kia here? Has she left? Has she left? Yes. So we actually have had conversations, I did especially today, today, where we are looking to ask or to reach out to our home education students and offer them some of our services for a price. And whether it's band, theater, whether it's calculus or dance in some of our classes. Mr. Mooney, do you want to speak a little bit to that?
Absolutely. Love talking about choice. So, quality choice. So a couple things related to home ed students. We have over 9,000 home ed students in Orange County, right? So we have reached out to them on occasion this past year.
Mr. Moody, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but for the benefit of the public, when you say home ed students, do you want to just define that? Because from different age groups, that could be interpreted different ways.
Okay, let's see if I can define it. Home ed students or one, I thought you were going to tell me to get closer to the mic, so I moved it up.
You did.
I didn't mean to yell. Home ed students are families who have chosen not to be a part of Orange County Public School or any public school, right? The parents have decided that they want to educate their student. They want to be the educator, and they want to educate their student, their child, at home, right? Home ed students may participate in brick and mortar classrooms, right? We as a district have not, over the number of years that I've been in the district, some home ed students have participated in the extracurricular activities like band and such. But now districts across the state are really reaching out to home ed students and saying, hey, if you want to take that calculus course, you could take it with us, right? We get the FTE for home ed students. So we're looking at that. Also, home ed students can take virtual courses through Orange County Virtual. So we've been trying to aggressively to capture some of that, all right? They keep their home ed status, but they can take part-time virtual courses with Orange County Virtual. Yes, ma'am.
And they're not part of FES, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Right.
So that's,
Yeah.
with FES, we can't, I'm sorry, the Family Empowerment Scholarship. With the Family Empowerment Scholarship, if they choose to take courses with us, we can charge them for the courses.
Absolutely.
And that has been part of the program. But with home education, with dual enrollment, they are not part of that
Correct.
program. And then we would be getting the FTE for the number of courses that they are enrolled with us,
Right.
dually enrolled.
And FES is my next topic. Scholarship students. So we've been actively recruiting home ed students and also scholarship students to take virtual courses if they like. So they can maintain their home ed status and take part-time virtual courses with Orange County Virtual, which is the best virtual school in the state of Florida, the largest and the best. I would also say that in an effort to recruit students who are taking a part in the scholarship programs across the state, right? We have many students that are receiving scholarships. We now have the mechanism to contract with those parents for educational services, right? So a parent who wants to take ag at East River can contract with us to take ag classes at East River High School. So this year we have a limited number of schools and a limited number of courses that are available for scholarship students. We encourage, we advertise on Step Up for Students, which is the scholarship manager for the state. So they can come in and go into the Step Up system, choose Orange County Public Schools, a course at East River, and then pay us for that course, right? And our plan next is to expand that considerably next year across the district. So this year it was just to put our toes in the water, so to speak, and get a system down. This coming year, we will expand that across the district, across grade levels, to bring back the dollars and the students, because we think also once a student attends East River High School in the ag class, they're going to see great things going on. The family's going to see great things going on, and they're going to want to enroll full-time, is what we suspect and what we strongly believe will happen. So we hope to get the dollars as well as the student and the family back. Some of these students, I say back, some of these students have never been a part of OCPS, so maybe it's a first introduction to the great quality things we do at Orange County Schools, and so forth. I will also add, I could talk all night, so somebody may have to shut me down. When we talk about recruiting students, this board has been very generous in allowing and recruiting students from outside the district in, right? So this past year, you have your magnet policy. We now allow students from outside the district to apply during the summer. I'll give you a little teaser. I'm going to try to bring that back to this board after reconsideration. I'd like to maybe open that up during the lottery process to students outside, because the mindset and the philosophy of this district is changing, right? We need students, and we need to open it up, and we need to share the quality things that we're doing. Also, the academies that I mentioned in some of our schools, Freedom High School with the AI, Lake Buena Vista with the Hospitality Management Academy. We have always allowed outside students from outside the district to apply to those academies. I know Freedom High, I mentioned Freedom High School. I know they've attracted some students from Osceola just for that academy. I know Ocoee High School has attracted some students from Lake County just for their theater, behind the scenes theater, technical theater academy. So we see the need, and we will meet that need. And I know this board is in favor of recruiting students and maintaining and keeping the students that we have. But yeah, dollars and students, absolutely, that's our goal.
Thank you, Mr. Moon.
Thank you for that lengthy answer. I appreciate the detail. But I love that. I know.
Clarification, what was the question?
The question was, what are you doing to retain students?
Okay.
He did answer it very thoroughly, so thank you. Like, you've opened now a whole can of worms of some follow-up questions I want to ask. She says later. About Step Up for students, and if we have to pay them an administrative fee for this. And also there's other concerns I have, but I'll save that for another time. I guess, but one thing that was on this optimization plan was the micro schools. And I know when we first talked about it, the language that I read at least was district-run micro schools. But when I read it now, it says privately run micro schools. So I just want to understand that a little bit better.
Yeah, thanks, Board Member Vanos. So our first step in this is we're working with a partner who will run micro schools. We had a conversation yesterday at Cabinet. We think we're landing on 4 sites that we'll share with the board soon. We're working on the MOU now, and that partner would manage these sites. We will work with them on programming. They're very much wanting our input in programming. But they would run the micro schools. The goal is that over the course of next year, we will learn how to run our own micro schools so that we could then bring that format into our network. We're also hoping, as we continue on our current path of academic success, that those outcomes from this school year may allow us some additional flexibility for the following year as we do that also. And then, for example, if we have a micro school at an elementary school that attracts parents, we've targeted areas that not just have capacity, but also have a large population of home education students residing. If we're able to draw them back in, Ms. Vanos, each of these sites would be looking at around 24 students with 2 learning coaches managed by this organization. We're able to attract them back and have waiting lists, then these micro schools, if we start running them, could also would become part of the school choice portfolio and something that could emerge into academies and then maybe potentially magnets as well, as we look to continue to compete and meet the demands of our families and what they're looking for their students.
And could you just explain what is a micro school?
Sure. So the micro school movement came out of the pandemic where parents got together and started educating their students in pods. In various locations. It could be in a house, could be in a pavilion at a park. It was kind of back to the one-room schoolhouse, so to speak. They got together and started educating their students. Micro schools are a private type school that parents are taking their dollars and choosing. They have flexibility with curriculum. They have flexibility with time. And so there's a lot of flexibility in the learning that takes place within a micro school. We would be looking at hybrid versions of that. Obviously, when it comes to standards, we would be looking at standards that align to state standards as these become OCPS run micro schools. And there would be other things that we would be looking to do. One of the things that our provider would like to do next year, again, we're still working on the MOU. We don't know how this is going to play out, if it can play out yet. He actually would like the students in these micro schools to actually take the state assessments. So we'll see how that plays out. But part of that narrative would be then, if those students are being successful, yet a case for us to make as we converse with the state about further options for us in providing choice that benefits our students. So we'll see how that plays out. A lot of parents that maybe are making these choices are also not in favor of state assessments. So there's a lot in that conversation as we work through the MOU. But the company, they're a great partner. The site that I visited, honestly, was very impressive. It was a neurodivergent site in Winter Garden. The students were all across different grade levels on different curriculum, working at their own pace. 2 former teachers that are the learning coaches. And I met a variety of students in there. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have a lot of questions, but I will save those for the appropriate time. Thank you for that information. I guess I'll just end just by going back to the consolidations, and then I'll remember speak. Just that this is a difficult decision, but I think my bottom line is that I don't want to punish any student because they live in a neighborhood with older people, or because they live in a neighborhood that has a high immigrant population in a state where we're passing outrageous laws and scaring people and empowering ICE. Or I don't want to punish students that, their neighbors have decided to take part in the taxpayer-funded voucher system or to go to charter schools. Our students don't deserve to be punished in that way. And so I feel that the way that we ensure that they get what they need is to consolidate schools so that they have the best opportunities and services and resources. So that's sort of where I'm landing. Thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you, Board Member
Thank you, Member Vanos. A great summary there as well. A couple of questions with regard to our teachers that are at the schools. One point I want to make at the beginning. I hear the term close a lot. not necessarily from us, but out in the community. And we all know what we're doing, but it does concern me that I think some people are envisioning close as in these kids are losing their school. So I just want to make sure as we're talking, we continue to talk about consolidate. Two, so with regard to the teachers at these schools, what are their options going to be? And how do they rank when we're looking at placement versus other teachers, given the fact that we are creating this need for change? Dr. Vasquez?
Yes, so there is nothing in our current contract that speaks to school closures. So we are going to work hand in hand with both Mr. McCracken and Mr. Pollard on that process. The OSPA contract speaks a little bit more in detail about movement of staff, and so the Classroom Teachers Association, I believe Friday at the Labor Management Committee meeting, spoke a little bit about the process, but because a decision has not been made by the board, we really could not get into a lot of the details. From what I read, they make some very good suggestions. Some things include, giving them priority, first of all, making sure the timelines are clearly communicated so that they're aware. Priority, since they're going to be displaced. So we would want to make the process as painless as possible. I believe some of the suggestions were that they would be able to solicit or provide, first, second, or third choice based on, vacancies or location, and that we would work with them. So those details, it's very important to me, to our team, that we work with both of them so that this difficult process is not made more difficult because of how we are dealing with our staff.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And that was exactly what I was hoping to hear. I also, to the extent that our teachers want to stay with one of the consolidated schools, there's probably a great deal of advantage, not just to the students, but the collaboration that's already taking place amongst those teachers. So while I know we're talking about, I think in all cases, going to more than one school, still I think I want to make sure that we create that opportunity for them to do that if that's their choice. So I'm really glad to hear the answer to that. I've heard several of the board members talk about getting ahead of this in the future, looking ahead at where we think we may have to consolidate, and talking to the families and the personnel sooner than we did. And this situation, you explained it very well. It's been kind of rattling around that financially this just doesn't work and can't continue to work. And I'm going to add to that we are always one referendum away from being in a crisis situation when that makes up 10% of our operating budget. So that makes this decision even more important. We've been so blessed by a community that is so supportive of their students, of their kids, of public education. But I think we've only had one serious year during the recession where we've had to go out for a referendum. We still came through it with flying colors, but being a bit of a cautious person as far as taking risks with something so important, I do think that we have to act as fiscally responsible as we can while still doing the best that we can by our communities. And I understand to a number of these communities how really, really part of the community the school is. I mean, my school has always been that to my community. So anyway, I relate to that, but I would hope that as we're looking at schools that we may need to close, we've had some conversation about the resides and how important a factor that is. In those situations where we have enough resides that the school could function well or even at capacity, to be able to share that with families early enough so that they really might be part of that recruitment effort. And I don't remember who it was up here that said that, nothing that we can do or we can hire anybody to do compares with a family saying, yeah. And you're so right. You're so right to say, yeah. I say that about campaigns. Nothing like a sign in the front yard, because that says, hey, my neighbor, not some flyer, my neighbor supports this. And it's the same thing with schools. But one of my questions on this is, I know we have student ID numbers and we get a certain amount of information. We know how many people resides. Do we have information specific enough to let families know that, okay, these kids over here are in charter school, or these are homeschooled, or yes, I think we talked to CASA, is that what it's called? Yeah. So we have that data. Is that something that we would be able to share with families? It sounds a little like, yeah.
So, Chair, having information, we have some level of that information. If I'm understanding the second part of that, sharing it with other families.
Yeah, so if families are wanting to figure out how do I bring families back?
I think where we would have to stop on that, Chair, is the conversation that was had earlier. You've got, the way I saw it done in another part of the country was there was a community meeting and the question was asked, how many of you know somebody in the neighborhood that doesn't attend our school? And what was described in this article was every hand in the room went up. And so then the conversation was, we need your help.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you love your school.
Yeah.
Your kids are having a great experience here. And so help spread the word and tell your neighbors about that. Because, we do have the best offering and we want your children to attend here and we need them to attend here.
All right, thank you. And that answers my question. The other question, when we're looking at a student that's home ed and is coming in to take one class or two classes, what does that do in terms of our capacity numbers? So they're taking one class. So anybody know? This co-location.
Do you know the fish answer on that? I don't.
Issue with the state continues to.
I'm wondering if anyone behind me has that answer, Chair. From an FTE perspective, if they're taking 7 courses and 1 with us, then 1/7 of the FTE. If they're taking 10 courses and 2 with us, 2/10 of the FTE. But as far as how that impacts permanent capacity with fish, if it's not a certain amount of time, I don't know if anyone has that answer. I would have to look into that.
I want us to research that because there is. Oh, do you know Greg? Okay. No. Okay. No, he wants to talk about choice. He wants to talk about choice. I would feel more comfortable going back to our finance team in Dorian that works with the FTE and then collaborating with facilities around that, because I am not. I've read something recently, but I don't recall, and I don't want to give you misinformation, but we will email the board with what we find out in our research.
Yeah, and as we're talking, it's possible that there's no clear answer on that right this minute. But
I think there is. I just don't remember what it was, because we were talking about the dual enrollment when students are attending Valencia for part of the day and then they're attending our school the other part of the day. How does that impact capacity? I just can't recall right now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And the last question, the micro schools, my understanding is we're going to use this company for this next year. They're going to hire their own teachers or possibly our teachers. Are they just administering or are they literally running the school?
So they would be leasing space essentially from us, Chair, and they would be operating their micro schools in our available space. We would be using the opportunity for several ways. One, to learn from them. Two, also to see if the programming generates interest in the community, and then is something that we could replicate within our choice options. So that's a couple of the benefits.
But they'll be responsible for the
Correct.
teachers. Those won't be our teachers. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We're working on that MOU right now, but they would handle personnel. They would handle the whole operation.
There was something that you said about, so what I thought was if that works, the next year, we would take that on as our own, but there was something that you said in a comment about it. I thought you said it had to be private. I might have misunderstood. Go ahead.
So, Chair, I'm not sure if it was related to the additional flexibility we're hoping.
That was it.
That
Yes.
we're hoping to gain. So we believe in reading the information from FDOE that if we have no D or F schools, that we have an ability for additional flexibility that would allow us to operate our own micro schools and then even have additional flexibilities as we look at choice offerings. So,
All right, just so I'm clear, we can operate our own micro schools right now, but not with the flexibility?
So what we believe, if we were able to obtain charter district status, that would give us additional flexibility with how we're providing educational services, i.e. maybe hybrid opportunities, flexibility with timing, some of the things that we currently don't have, and then those flexibilities are part of what micro schools do.
Okay, without gaining that status, the charter district, we can still operate a micro school or not? That's, I'm trying to figure out whether you're saying we have to have that, we don't have to have that.
So, Chair, we believe right now we need to have that status. I will add on, though, to say that, and just take this for what it is, it's a grain of salt. Texas and Arizona have similar legislation with choice that we have in Florida. In Arizona, there are public school districts operating their own micro schools already. My understanding is their legislation was actually mirrored after ours, but they do have public school districts operating their own charter schools. For example, there's Camelback Montessori in one of the districts. They have a micro school where students are actually doing experiential learning out in state parks versus in a brick and mortar school. Texas, my understanding, is having a pilot statewide with micro schools and legislation with how that will roll out within public school districts. So, yes, we believe right now the path is that we need charter district status. However, maybe there'll be additional opportunities as well.
Okay, and last question on that. The micro school, and you might have already covered this, but can it operate out of one of our schools? Can it co-locate, if you will, within one of our schools?
So I don't want to use the term co-locate just because that's specific.
It's a bad term, but yeah.
Yeah, so yes, we're working on the MOU right now. They would be leasing space. There are things that I've received from several.
Within one of our schools that's operating as a
Yes.
school, which has excess capacity.
Yes, ma'am. So within a current elementary school that has capacity, working with some of, we've been having this cabinet discussion, and so cabinet members have surfaced some things that will need to be in the MOU that they're signing on to commit to regarding safety, supervision, and different other aspects that they're agreeing to for operating within our school.
Okay, all right, thank you. Member Ferrant, you're up next.
Thank you, and thank you, team, again, for getting all this information for us. Definitely not an easy meeting to have, and not easy receiving emails from families who are personally being affected. I think that's probably the hardest thing, is reading the emails and knowing that this decision doesn't just affect a school building. It affects the families, students, teachers, administration. And so I think the biggest thing that I really want to convey to families is, as we look at consolidating, no school was targeted due to their grade or staff. It truly is just the fact that these schools are under capacity. They don't have enough students in them to be able to pay the bills, if you will, and to provide each student with the high quality, excellent education that we want to give them here in Orange County. So for every letter that I receive, and the parents or maybe even staff members talk about how incredible their schools are, they really are incredible. The vast majority of them are, A or B schools and great schools. But the amount of kids in them, we need more kids to be in them. So that's the main reason we're even talking about consolidation. It is a tough decision and a tough topic to even discuss. You kind of want to just push it aside and think about something else. But in the long run, this is something that will benefit every student then, because now we have the funding that we need to be able to provide them with all the extra bells and whistles, if you will, and including high quality academic education. So I just wanted to say that part. But one question I had, so I know I mentioned this at our personal meeting, but I would love to just bring it up because I had a question from a staff member at Meadowwoods Elementary, and they had talked about turning Meadowwoods into a K-8, basically joining with Meadowwoods Middle School and Meadowwoods Elementary. In theory, it sounds amazing. And so I just want to say publicly that we really thoroughly discuss this. The option, I love K-8s. My kids have grown up in K-8 school. The K-8 model, although maybe not financially is our best model, but I love the way that it keeps those middle schoolers younger longer, if you will, and just like a tight-knit community. But could you share just a little bit about why just moving an elementary school into a middle school and making it a K-8 isn't quite feasible?
I'll let Tommy, because he's better with numbers.
So we discussed a bunch of different options just looking at the school. So if you were to make, say, Meadowwoods Middle a K through 8, doing all of that, it takes 3 elementary schools to fill a middle school. So you would basically be turning 3 elementary schools and you would probably be consolidating 3 elementary schools, and you wouldn't really, you wouldn't have enough space to be able to do all those things. Also, you can't just take an elementary school and say have a large 6 through 8 population, because when you do that, you would have students entering at that school at an upper grade level. So, and I think our model, the way it works with the K through 8 is they matriculate through all the grade levels with all the way up. So if you were to add additional students at that grade level, they'd be entering the school at the 6th grade level, and that goes against how we run our K through 8s.
Very true, very true. So thank you. And that really helped me understand it as well, that even though we have an elementary, like those kids, we're wanting them to just continue along so they graduate 5th grade and then they go into 6th and then 7th, 8th together. Where at a middle school now you have extra students who didn't come from the same elementary school. It's just going to be a little more of an issue. I think we're going to, if we were to do that, you'd have to make like quite a few K-8s in the area, or somehow then we would be meddling, if I don't know if that's even the right word, but more kids would end up affected if we were to do that. The other one that had been brought up was creating a dual language magnet. But as was discussed earlier, that would take several years. But I would love to see that those happen, even if they're not what is the difference between I know we have a dual language, there's like magnet programs, and then there's immersion. Is it different or same thing? I feel like there's a difference between the two.
We're going to let Mr. Moody speak, but we're going to start the clock.
Oh, but you give the best explanations. I love it.
This one will be short, actually. So we have dual in ELL department may be the best to answer it, but I can take a stab at it. So we have some dual language programs that aren't magnets. I think Sunshine Elementary may have a dual language program. Hunters Creek and Tildenville are dual language, and Union Park Elementary are dual language magnets, so they can attract kids from across the district. But the others would be just homegrown, so to speak, within their zone school school of enrollment. Is there a dual language program that they have? It's not a magnet.
Do you know what Weatherby? Do you remember if that's not a magnet? That's like
it is not a magnet. I'm not sure if they have
Right. Yeah, they do have a dual language program there. And what a dual language program is, traditionally in Orange County, it has been English and Spanish. And so it typically starts kindergarten, sometimes first grade, and then goes all the way through fifth grade. And children will learn in English and in Spanish. So they may have science and math in Spanish, and the rest of their classes are in English. And the class is ideally made up of students that only speak Spanish, and then students that are only English speakers. And then by the time they by the time they leave fifth grade, they are fluent in both languages. And so that is at Weatherby. And we have looked at some of the numbers of taking some of the families that may want that program and putting it in another school. What happens, or what has happened, we used to have a lot of schools with a dual language program. In fact, I think Union Park Elementary was one of the schools that comes to the top of mind. And what happens is, if the interest is not there, the program then doesn't sustain itself. And so you'll have families that decide, no, I don't want my child to do it by the time they leave third grade. And so now you're faced with having to fund 2 teachers for the fourth and the fifth grade, even though you don't have all of the students. So the schools that have well-established dual language programs are phenomenal and have been in existence for a number of years. The immersion program relates to the instructional strategy that is used for our children who are second language learners and are learning English as a second language.
Thank you. I would love, as we reimagine schools and try to kind of broaden our look on just from the traditional public school to what can we do to attract students in, I would love to see more dual language programs. My older 2 were enrolled in a dual language program. They learn Spanish beautifully, easily. It's just wild to me what took me a while to learn as a teenager. They were in there, and my daughter was 3 or 4 when she first started, and within a month she understood it. By 2 months she was speaking it. Like, you're kidding. I wish it was that easy for me. And really incredible to see. And I know we have such a huge Hispanic population and Spanish-speaking population. I know that that's huge. Maybe there's other languages out there that, I know we have is it French in District 6? So just kind of looking at those, that would be something I'd like to look at. Let me look at what my other one. Okay, when we're also looking at facilities, we are not looking at selling facilities, correct? I've had a lot of people reach out to me like, when can we purchase a facility? And I thought, well, we're not selling facilities at this point.
So the schools that we are currently speaking about tonight, we are not considering selling any of those schools. Staff has worked on some alternative uses for those, and they're not quite finished, so we'll be able to come back to the board in January with more details. I am not saying that we're not going to sell facilities, because after we look at optimization strategies, some of which were shared, we may have some facilities that the board may decide they would want to sell. And an example right now would be Fort Gatlin was a property that we owned. There was a facility on it, and the board is now engaged in selling of that property. So I don't want to say we wouldn't sell any of our facilities, but we are certainly not considering that for any of these.
Perfect. I think, well, my 2 cents is I'd love to see us renting these facilities so we can continue to bring in funding, especially not knowing. I feel like it's a little early to just sell schools, and then if something happens in 4 or 5 years where there is an increase in students, and now that board is saying, why would they sell these schools? This is crazy. So just trying to think, really being proactive and thinking ahead. I do just want to make one comment. I know Board Member Vanos, you have mentioned that there's $211 million being diverted to the scholarships, but you have to understand that those students have chosen not to be in our schools. So there's a reason why they're not coming here. I do think we have to continue to keep that focus on high quality academics. We can have all the bells and whistles, but if our basics are not top tier, that's why parents are putting their kids maybe in different locations or different idea. Maybe for them, a smaller setting is best. And so we have to remember that those parents are choosing to leave for a reason. The scholarships are not always easy. It's not like the easy way out. For them, they're happy that they can take another, maybe there's a different avenue that works best for their family, works best with what they're doing, the structure of their family. And so I think we can't even worry about funding that's going to people that aren't in our schools. If they were in our schools and we weren't getting that money, then that's a different story, but they are no longer in our schools. So we can't, to me, I'm not worried about $211 million that's not in our schools. Let's look at what is happening in our public schools that's making parents choose something else. So if it is that they're wanting a smaller setting, awesome, let's look at micro schools. I love this. If it's that they want a dual language opportunity, well, let's check it out. This is how incredible this is, that this board gets the opportunity to dream forward, reimagine how the public schools are being operated and presented to families, and provide more options within the public school setting. Bring families back in, but maybe in a different format than has been traditionally had. And I think there are a lot of parents who are wanting that one-room schoolhouse feel, kind of the old school, getting back to the classical education. You wanting to share?
Yes, I'm sorry, and I've had opportunities to say this, and I haven't thought the time was appropriate. And I don't disagree with the fact that we need to listen as to why our parents are leaving. Like, why are they choosing another charter school? Why are they choosing a private school? My concern is that I believe the numbers support that the vast majority are choosing homeschool. And I worry that the children that are being homeschooled, there's nobody looking out for their accountability. Florida touts, and I agree with this, of having one of the best, if not the best, accountability system across the country. And I like it. So then why not, for parents that are homeschooling their child, require as part of the FES dollars, take the assessment? We gladly will open up our doors, have them test in our school, their neighborhood school, and then see the progress. If they're in a private school, they're tested. If they're in a charter school, they're tested. Number one, it gives the parent a true understanding of how their child is doing compared to the other children that are in public schools. It also alerts the parent, maybe they believe their child is learning, but their child is not, and they need to ask for additional services. And so that's where I have great angst, is not that we need to listen and see why they are choosing an alternative. It's for those that are choosing homeschool, where's the accountability? Because we have seen children whose parents have left, have come back 2 years later, and they are 3 years behind. So the time that they were not with us and they were homeschooled, the parent must have believed the child was learning. And, you know, I know a lot of people think that they went to school so they can teach. Those of us that have taught know that that's not true. It's very difficult to teach. And so while they may think they're doing a great job at home, their child is not learning. And then what does that mean for the future of these children that are being homeschooled? So that is where I have huge angst about the future of these children who the accountability system is not there when we have the tool here in the state of Florida, and it's a great tool.
I do know that, just to comment back on that, like in private schools, for instance, they don't necessarily test their students through the FAST test.
Correct, but they take a standardized assessment.
You're right, and so does all PEP students, and they all are required to take that in order to maintain their funding. I have friends that are all.
Yeah, but not correct. And that's what I'm saying, that what happens, like if our students aren't doing well in our schools or the charter schools, they have to put together a plan to show how they're going to improve. And again, I'm not saying parents don't have the right to choose how they're going to educate their child, but if their child isn't doing well, how do they know if they are not taking a look at the results of their assessment and then trying to get additional supports? And so, and we've seen it in some of our schools. We have families that have come back after 2 years, and when the principals are looking at the FAST assessments, those children are 2 or 3 years behind.
I would say 9 out of 10 homeschoolers, if not 10 out of 10 that I've met personally, are way above. But we'll get back to some of the questions. So just wanted to say I'm really, really happy to see that we are offering classes to the homeschool students. And I know that's something that Mr. Moody and I discussed a couple years ago, and just being able to offer that and bring those funds in and let them be able to explore some of the awesome things that we have to offer here in Orange County. And then just also excited about the micro schools. I think that's all I have. Here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Front. Member Douglas.
This is truly a great conversation, seriously. But the whole situation is heartbreaking because I have taught at Union Park Middle School, okay, for a year, and to see that it's going to, we don't know yet, okay, but I know that we're going to find the best solution for Union Park for sure. But the questions that I have here, you had community meetings, right? I would like to know a little bit the parents' opinion about how to save their schools. What are the solutions? If you look at the best scenario and the worst scenario, what did they bring to the table? What did they think could help with those schools? Because we're talking about the schools, we're talking about the principal, we're talking about, but what about the parents? What do they think about?
Thanks, Ms. Douglas. I'm going to turn it over to Michelle in a moment because she has dove into the thought exchange information with some things that aren't trends, but some things that came up that I think you may be interested in. We talked about magnets earlier. Some of you have brought that up. You've been contacted about magnets, but as we know, that's a process that takes time. and so that's one of the solutions that came up. Others have been about continuing to operate the school with less support services. And as you heard Dr. Vasquez say earlier, and I would echo that, these conversations are very difficult. But also we want to focus on the student experience. And if we're no longer subsidizing these schools, which we no longer can, the student experience is impacted by not having those resources. And so, while we appreciate that feedback, our current recommendation is that's not an option that is in the best interest of students, families, or staff. So I'll turn it over to Michelle for some additional insights that came out from some of the meetings.
Thank you, Dr. Border. Everything that we've shared today, parents were wondering if they want to become a magnet, a K-8. Everything that we've mentioned today came out in those community meetings. But I do want to highlight something. Sometimes we kind of listen to the big group, right? The loud voices. But in our community meetings, we did have a small group that said that consolidation would provide some benefits for their students.
Oh, okay.
And that increased resource sharing and improved facilities would be available to their students. So I want to highlight that even though we had a large group of community members and stakeholders sharing their concerns, we did have those outliers and those families that said, you know what, this may be a good thing. And so I wanted to share that.
Okay, that's wonderful. Okay. My next question is, we talk about magnet, and we know that magnets take a long time. What about academies? Do we think about it? I was talking to you about environmental, some academy, something to bring something new to those students.
So I'll attempt to give the short answer, Ms. Douglas, and Mr. Moody can come in with what I leave out. So the process to become an academy, school has an idea. They typically submit a proposal. They work with school choice staff. That's typically year one, where you're putting that idea together. And then if feasible and something that we think has potential, then you're starting the academy year two. And then if that academy is successful, then you can look at transition to a magnet program, which may or may not be the following year, depending how successful that academy year is.
How urgent do we have to make this happen? I mean, if we want to start an academy, is that possible to do in one of those schools?
So I believe from when the former school choice office, which Greg Moody was also a part of, told me no in the past, I think those conversations need to start in the fall.
Okay.
And so I'm not saying they couldn't start now, but planning typically takes a year of submitting that proposal to be able to have an academy the following year, Ms. Douglas.
Okay, all right, thank you
Dr.
so much.
And I think Dr. Vasquez has additional.
Additionally, remember, they do not have the enrollment currently to bridge that gap, and so it does take time for the academies to take root. So we would still be in a position where we would have to be putting dollars in to the school because it would not be breaking even, so to speak.
Okay, all right, wow. Well, thank you so much for your work, because you have done really very comprehensive work trying to find solutions for those schools. And I know, just like we are, you do not want the school to close or anything, so I know you're going to find the best solution again. Thank you so much for the families and for our community. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Board Member Douglas.
Thank you, Member Douglas. Member Byrd.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, I'm just going to preface this by saying that my page is all messy, and I'm probably going to be like all out of order when I say things, so just bear with me. First of all, I want to encourage us to, as we're talking about sharing about our schools and our successes, I really want to encourage us to share about our partners that we have in our public schools. That is where I think our big market differentiator between us and other educational options. Even schools where, you know, let's say you've got a charter school that's an A school down the street from one of our schools that's an A school. The big difference is that over here at this school, we've got partnerships with Disney. We've got partnerships with Universal coming in. We've got partnerships with Lockheed Martin and God, I can't even think of them all. There's so many partners that we have in this community that are partnering with Orange County Public Schools, and every one of those partnerships offers our kids a unique opportunity that they're not going to get at a smaller school. So that's something I think we should, when we're talking about advertising and getting out in the community and marketing our schools, that's something I think we really need to push. It's just the enormous opportunities that our kids get. I love the idea of the micro school with the kids going out into the park. And, you know, I live right down the street from Wekiwa Springs State Park. Just saying, great opportunity there. You mentioned that Renaissance, the students at Union Park Middle, there's several that are attending Renaissance Charter. Is that a K-8 school? Do you know?
Yes. Renaissance is a K-8.
Yeah. We've had a lot of discussions. I know we talked earlier, some of the other board members talked about K-8s. We've had a lot of discussions about the K-8s over the years and, you know, really went all in with them and then pulled back because there was maybe some less opportunities for the middle school kids than there were at our regular middle schools because they had more funding for more teachers, more electives. But I have to say, middle school is a scary time for parents, scary time for kids, and we are always hearing about parents being nervous. I just met a parent Saturday night that was at an event that was asking me all about middle school because she's all nervous about her fifth grader going to middle school. So that could be why a lot of parents maybe leave, especially as they go into the middle school. If they're in like a smaller K-8 environment, I mean, middle school's scary. I'd consider pulling my kid and putting him in a little K-8 charter as opposed to a big 1,200 6 through 8 that, you know, it's a scary time. So I really think as we look through the future and reimagine our schools, I think it might be time to start looking back at these. You know, what are parents really asking for? Do they love the K-8 model? I know my parents in my community absolutely love it. And maybe that would be a way to attract back a lot of parents and keep all those fifth grade families that leave. We mentioned about the communication, and again, I'm going to reiterate what my board members said. I would highly recommend that we look at this next layer, if we have another layer of schools that we're considering that are looking, you know, that are low, that we immediately start communicating. And when I say communicating, maybe not just declining enrollment concerns, maybe we use the language closing schools, consolidating schools, because when that language changed these past few weeks with those town halls, and then the media got a hold of it, and then there were stories, then the communities were outraged and upset, and, you know, it was a totally different ballgame. So I think, but even though we have been talking about declining enrollment for, like you said, like 9 months up here from the board table, there's just nobody's listening to our board meetings, first of all. Second of all, that's not the same language as we're considering closing schools, you know, or consolidating schools. So I think that transparency is going to be really important. Can someone just explain about with the schools that are, if we consolidate schools and then we've got this campus, we can or we cannot let that campus sit unused now with all of our new legislation. If we had a campus that closed and we weren't going to sell it, but we wanted to hold on to it in case we need it down the road. Are we allowed to do that? To just, because I've had people say, well, why not just close the campus but hold on to it, and someone else talked about selling. We don't want to necessarily sell. I thought there was a problem with that. Like, we couldn't just let an empty school building sit there, correct? Don't we have to?
So, Madam Chair, may I?
Please, absolutely.
So there's the provision of the charter statute that says if we have an unused and vacant building, we have to offer it up on the same basis as we would any other public school. So if we had a charter school, for example, come in and say, hey, we've got a vacant building there, I want to use it.
They could.
They could.
Okay, that's important for everyone to know. Also, it's also important for everybody to understand how important this whole co-location conversation is, because, these are schools that we were already struggling, or we're already, compensating for that gap of what they're producing and what we're spending. And then if we left it the way it was, or if we shut down just one particular section of the school, and then a charter can come in there, and then we have to now not only compensate for what we need to do for our students, we now have to compensate for having that charter in there. We have to pay for all those extra costs because of the new law. So that's something I'm still not hearing enough people in the public talk about. People are still coming to me and saying, well, why can't you just shut down a certain part of that school if you don't need it? But it's much more complicated now with co-location. It was also mentioned that you've got, Greg, you talked about the home education families you've got home education families that are not Florida Empowerment Scholarship recipients, but I'm trying to understand why is that? Why would a family not take the scholarship money if they can now? Now there's no income tax.
Good question. So the little background, obviously the scholarship funds were, the PEP scholarship funds, more recent, were really targeting home ed students. So that the parent has absolute control of how they spend the $8,000 allocation. So then the state came out and said, well, if you take the scholarship, you cannot be enrolled in home ed as we know it, home ed. So we had to take them out of home ed and then enroll them into another entity. Bottom line is a lot of home ed parents want home ed for the autonomy and the control of their students, their child's education. Some, I would say, have shared they want no part of public ed. They prefer to do it on their own. They don't want any involvement in public ed. It could also be awareness, right? There was, when it first came out, the scholarship targeting home ed students, there was a lot of confusion within that community. So the awareness is not probably where the state would like it to be. I think that will change next year. I think you will probably see more and more students from home ed and the traditional home ed move over to scholarship as parents become more aware of it. And I think too, as public ed maybe provides partners and contracts with those entities, with those parents, they would take those dollars as well. But I think it was awareness. I think some just don't want any part of it, of home ed, of state involvement in education.
Because when they take the state money, then there's
Correct.
involvement. They have to show how they're spending the money. Isn't that correct? They have
They
to.
do.
Okay. It's not just like they're given a $9,000 check and it's just
Right.
a $9,000 check. But it is very lenient, isn't it, about what they can spend?
It is my understanding, yes, it is very
Absolutely.
lenient on what they can spend that money on.
Okay. So just to kind of, I agree with you, Member Front. I know a lot of homeschoolers that are excellent, and I don't think that they're all not good. I think we've got 9,000 of them, though. I'd be willing to bet there's a huge number of them that probably the good homeschoolers are not thrilled about, because they give the really good ones a bad name, just like really bad charter schools give good charter schools a bad name. You know, it's the same thing. There's bad players. But I do know that there are a lot of families now that, you know, are struggling to pay bills, struggling to pay rent, struggling to put food on the table. And when you've got 3 kids and that represents an extra $27,000 a year, that's incentivizing to a lot of people probably. So I would be really interested to know if we could look at, if we could get like a little more information on the children that we know in Orange County that are doing homeschool, if we know just a little more about the situation, how long they've been in homeschool, if they're new homeschoolers, what grade level. I'd love to know that too. How many are elementary, middle, or high. I think it's all really important information. The other aspect of this that worries me when Dr. Vasquez was talking was just people not having their eyes on these kids. You know, I know that the Florida Abuse Hotline kicks up in high gear when that first week of school, because kids are being seen for the first time in 2 months that have been through a lot over the summer. And so, and I know when we were in COVID and we had kids home and parents and teachers had cameras in the home, there were concerns about kids' safety. So there's a lot of kids, that's a lot of kids that are not having eyes on them too. So that that's always concerning to me. I think that is all of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Byrd. Member Salamanca, Vice Chair.
I will keep this quick because I know this is our second round of folks and folks want to go home. But thank you for answering our questions. I did want to iterate 2 points because I don't want to be having a lot of these conversations again in the future, but really on communication with the schools that potentially could be at risk based on we have 10-year projections. If we know the projections of our reside in that area are nowhere near that, then we need to have that conversation with our families way ahead of time. They will do a lot to save their schools if we give them the opportunity to be those recruiters. And so and that is beyond communicating to our principals and staff. It's really communicating to our families. And a lot of families did see that email saying, here's a community meeting for consolidation, and they had no idea what that was because it just did not speak the language that they speak when they think about something like that. And so we need to do better on communication. We really need to do better because I think that's one of also the reasons why our families don't choose us is they don't know how much great things are going on. They don't have the opportunity to be active, engaged family members in our schools always. And so that's for sure one of the things. I'm also excited to hear, I know a lot of the stuff that you presented today to the board is really early in how we are thinking about these facilities. I want to iterate that to the community as well. From the community meetings, we got a lot of questions of what is OCPS going to do with these facilities? There was a lot of bad information out there of we're going to profit off of them, we're going to sell it, we're going to do all these types of things. So I know in a lot of our meetings, I know in my meeting, I asked you all to come here with what are we going to do with our facilities and bring all the things that are being considered, even if these are early in the works. And that was for the sake of transparency. I want to flag that because I know you're getting a lot of questions on what is this 9K homeschool and what's this micro school thing. And that doesn't mean we have decided one way or another on a lot of this stuff. And what I don't want people to walk away thinking is OCPS has set in stone that we're going to do all these 10 things and we flushed out every part of it. Like, this is something we have not done. And we requested transparency of all the things being considered so that folks know they're being considered. But that is not set in stone, because I know some families are saying, looks like these decisions are made and we're going to do all this stuff. And in the future, there's going to be more opportunity for feedback and for this board to talk about these conversations. So I'll say that, because I think I'm starting to get some emails as we have this conversation about some of these questions. And it sounds like, we have it all figured out. And we don't, because this has been a really tight timeline. This board did have some heads up on, obviously, low enrollment, but this board did not have a heads up on the type of budget we had to work with and the budget we're going to have to work with. So our staff has been working really hard, so I appreciate it, Harold and staff, to everything you've been doing to bring some solutions with a very limited amount of time, because we required that. We didn't just say we're going to close our schools and we'll figure it out later. This board did kind of hold you to a hard bar of, don't just bring us problems, bring us some solutions as well. The second thing, though, I do want to say to the solutions that you did bring is that there are a lot of students that are not choosing OCPS. And to some degree, I don't think we're the best at communicating what we offer and doing a good job at staying competitive, and we're trying to address that accordingly. But we also, we need to be creative. There are other states who had voucher systems, like Texas and Arizona, and those districts are getting really creative about how to bring back, like you said, educational service money back in, micro schools, charter-led, and these are really touchy subjects for a variety of reasons, but we have to figure it out, because the trend is clear and what we've been doing has not been working. And so if we keep doing what we've been doing, I don't know that we're turning the ship around. And so to the degree that we can think outside the box, whether it's the micro schools or this charter district statute, all of that, I am really happy to hear that OCPS and the state of Florida could be at the forefront of innovating this. So I do want to thank our Superintendent Vasquez for doing this, because in education, it is really hard to be innovative and swing for the fences with some of this stuff, because it's inertia in education is big, and education is notorious for being the most risk-averse industry along with healthcare. But education is suffering, and we are bleeding students and funds out of education. And I welcome everyone to come with ideas and an open mind about what we can do, and that's what's exciting that I think folks mentioned, that we get to think outside the box in how we respond to this. And I feel grateful that we have a superintendent and staff that is thinking outside the box. It's not going to be easy, but I'm excited that we have that opportunity, and we should learn from other states that have rolled out programs like this and what is working for them or not for bringing some of that money back. So I look forward to the ongoing conversations we're going to have about this. I'm sure there will be a lot of thinking that we're going to have to do. I don't know that we're going to get everything right. And I think we should be prepared for that, but I think we need to try our best to do something. And just like the CASIA marketing, right? We can do it in-house. We've been trying to do it in-house for a long time. It hasn't been working. We had to go to a third party to learn and do it well. We brought in $13-14 million net in FTE because of that work. Are people unhappy about the $1 million that we had to pay them? Yes, of course we are. But we also got $14 million we wouldn't have otherwise. So anything that can bring that kind of money back into the district that allows us to pay our teachers more, to keep programs and offerings and services that keep us competitive, I'm all for. And I definitely encourage you all to keep thinking about it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Member Salamanca. Member Gallo.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to say that I agree with what Member Salamanca said about, look at that, she's smiling, about being innovative and thinking outside the box. Because I do think that while this is a challenge, it has the potential to offer a better learning environment for our kids. And for that, I'm excited. I'm excited because school shouldn't look like it did 50 years ago. And too often, you walk into a classroom, and with the exception of technology, it does. And so we do need to be innovative and think outside the box. At the same time, though, while we're doing that, as others have mentioned and Member Salamanca just mentioned, we have to ensure that every student is learning. And I think when you see myself get frustrated, or other members get frustrated, or the superintendent get frustrated, it's because we care so much about kids, and we care so much about the future of education and the future that they're provided, right? We want a skilled workforce. We want to keep talent local. And with the numbers of homeschooling rising, because I think when I talked to you, Mr. Moody, before COVID, we were at like 3,000 for homeschool students. Is that correct? He's not in his head for those who can't see it. And now we're at 9,000. And that 9,000 doesn't even include the amount of homeschoolers that are within the PEP program getting a family empowerment scholarship. And yes, family and scholar, if you're in the PEP program, which is the personalized individual or home education program, you do have to take a norm reference test. But the law about renewing your home ed is when you submit it. You've got to submit it before the deadline. It says nothing about the score that you get on that. And if you choose a norm reference test, your parent can be your proctor at school, and it could be given on the computer. We saw during COVID how many times a parent was doing work for their child online. Because we saw the numbers when they were at home, and we saw the numbers when they came back. And I know that a lot of homeschoolers do it right. I know so many that do a fabulous job. But I have seen adult children come from homeschools that their life has been completely destroyed, and they can't make a livable wage because their parent thought they were teaching them and they just weren't. And now they don't have a career technical education. They can't go to college. You know, they're doing the best they can, working 2 to 3 jobs, and they just don't have the knowledge that they need to thrive. And that's what breaks my heart, because every child deserves to have a high quality education. And they deserve to be successful and to have a family and a good life. That's all we want. I do have a question, because this was asked of me. I had a teacher that is at one of the schools, and she is probably about 3 years out from retirement. And I don't want to get into bargaining, and John will glare at me if I do, but have there been any discussions with the union about maybe offering an early retirement if there aren't jobs available? Like, will we be doing anything for those teachers that are so close to retirement? Is there anything that we can do? I said I would ask this question.
May I?
Yes. Tell her that you can't answer, sure.
Yeah, that's going to have to be done at the bargaining table. So it would have to be a discussion with the union. Obviously, would have to come to agreement, and there'd obviously have to be discussions about funding and funding sources and all of that. So there's a whole host of things that we would have.
So I'm clear, it's a bargaining issue, not an FRS issue.
You can incentivize, and forgive me, I want to make sure, I'll look this up to make sure I am right. You can incentivize folks to leave early, but what happens there is whether they leave early or not, that doesn't change their eligibility for FRS, and it doesn't change the subtraction. Like, say if they were short of 30 years by 3 years, there's a certain percentage, and I think it's 5% per year, but don't quote me on that, that you would have coming off the top of your benefit. So they could retire early. We can incentivize them to do it, but FRS would still charge them that penalty for retiring early.
Okay. Well, I know Clinton McCracken's been here the entire time that we've been here, and I know he's listening. So I wanted to ask that question. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. We are 20 Member Gallo? So we are 20 seconds away from finishing the meeting, and you pushed your button again.
No.
Okay, it's all right. It's just heart palpitations there.
We need consensus. I just want to make sure that.
Oh, okay. Okay, we're 20 seconds away from board discussion being over. You got the last 20 seconds. Then we'll go back to the superintendent.
Yeah, so this is what I forgot, because I know we needed consensus. So I was going to bring it back to the consensus, which was today's been long, and we started a very long conversation with a school that we are leaving open even though their performance is clearly failing students. And that was a really difficult conversation to have. And it kills me to think that we have schools today that we're going to be consolidating or closing that are B schools while there are some charter schools out there operating, or students getting homeschooled for which they are being failed. They're not doing well, they're being retained, and there is no accountability for that. And so I think we had an insightful conversation. I'm glad we were on the same page about what we have to do next to protect our school district and the budget that is ahead for us. But it is clear that systematically this is not a fair, equal playing ground. Because in just one day of, I don't know how long we've been here, we saw schools that were not doing great and failing our students and families and not being transparent about it, being rewarded or allowed to stay in business, and then schools that are doing great, whose families love them and are fighting to save them and keep them open, whose teachers want to keep them open, and we have to make this really tough decision to close them. And so that is systematic, and it's really hard to live with. But that being said, I know what we have to do. It is my fiduciary duty as a school board member to think about how we keep our budget, how we are responsible with taxpayer money, and just fight another day and hopefully communicate better for future schools so that we are not back here in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Salamanca. I do want to clarify for anybody who just tuned in, when you said we started out this day keeping open a school, blah, 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 I want to be clear for the audience, it is a charter school. We do not have the authority to close that school because of its charter status. The board did have a lot of questions and concerns, and rightfully so, and we'll be back revisiting that at a future time with that school. But again, it is outside of our purview to close that school down. So, but everything else, I agree with everything you said, but I just don't want anybody to think that we're saying, okay, you're not doing good, that's fine, you're doing great. Okay, yes. Okay, Superintendent, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I pose the question, I want to clarify when I spoke about home education students and accountability, I was not referring to FES. I was referring to those that are in a traditional home education program. And certainly we know that there are some incredible students that are doing some amazing things. We've seen them come back after, and so I just want to clarify that. And so, Madam Chair, we need consensus from the board to be able to begin the rezoning process at the 7 schools. What that would entail, given the board's consensus to move forward, we would advertise to the communities the dates of the community meetings where we would come back, share a similar presentation that we did today with Why My School, respond to the questions that they posed at their particular community meeting, and then we would have student enrollment produce potential maps about rezoning, and we would follow the rezoning process as we would with any other rezoning.
Clarification, in starting that process, are you actually asking essentially for this board to approve of the closing of those schools?
Not an official vote, but in order for us to be able to begin the rezoning process, we need to start having those meetings in January so that we meet the timelines. It will come back to the board for a vote, and at that point, you would be voting to close the schools, consolidate the schools.
Okay, so you were asking to start the rezoning process, but not finalize the rezoning process because we wouldn't be rezoning if we're not closing a school. Okay.
Correct.
So
If we're not consolidating schools, we would not be rezoning.
Right. So you're starting the process, but ultimately the rezoning and the final decision, both of those would come back to us. Okay. Everybody okay with that? All right. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we were clear. All right. Anything else? Never mind. I didn't ask. We're done. We're done. Who did? That's what I've heard you said. Meeting adjourned.
They gave me the okay to start. Yeah, that's why she was asking. No, that's